To tonight's edition of Texas Card House live from the Rio Grande Valley, beautiful Edinburg, Texas. Coming to you, 9 players tonight, full table, 135, no limit hold'em here. Stacks ranging from the low end 300 all the way to $1,000 plus. Going to be an action-filled night tonight, and we're about to get started here. And before we do, make sure you check out our newest promotion here. $100,000 guarantee, $25,000 guaranteed to go to first place. This is July 25th through August 5th. $200 buy-in coming to you live and direct here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley in Edinburg, Texas. So here we are live, about to get the first hand started out. It's 1-3 no limit. Expect to see a lot of action here. Looking forward to seeing what kind of hands get played and by whom. This is somewhat of a sophisticated lineup despite these quote-unquote low-limit stakes. However, they can get bumped up higher and higher as the night goes on and people buy in for more and more. So it'll be interesting to see these stack sizes as they come up from here on out. And if you're just tuning in for the first time tonight or the first time on this stream, we want to welcome you personally from Edinburg, Texas. Make sure you get down here sometime, check out the action here. There is no better place to play poker than Texas Card House in Edinburg, Texas. Anywhere else, really in the world that I've been all over the world. This is Dave Hochman coming to you. I'm your commentator, presenter for tonight. Check me out, aka Hasselhoff. Played all over the world. Never seen more action and variance in play than I have here down at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, Edinburg, Texas. Okay, first cards are getting dealt out. Here we go, the first hand of the night. We got action on D, 4-5 offsuit. Under the gun, gonna lay it down. Standard move there. Looking like he's into maybe the aerospace type of industry. Big shirt with an airplane and, you know, pretty nerdy glasses, but that's okay. We got, looks like ace-9 is coming in. Second act, and just after under the gun, limping in there for $3. A lot of limping in, and it looks like small blind coming in for 15 there. Looking like some maybe confusion on who's to act next. Okay, we got a solid fold there. And we'll update you accordingly once these hands start coming in. So far the pot, it looks like it's going to be taken down for the pre-flop raise to 16 there by the small blind. Nice big shuffle. And Mahdi with the Jack-7, $503 stack. I think that's got to be updated. That's okay. We're sorting everything out as we go along here. Now he's got the button. $500 in front of him, it looks like. And it looks like some stacks here. One person to his left, seat 2, coming in at around, it looks like $1,000 or $900. So you can see high variance even in stack sizes. Probably going to be even higher variance in the hands that we're going to see played from the guys at this table, which is going to be great, action-packed. Second hand of the night being dealt out as we speak here. And again, if you're just tuning in right now, welcome. We'd love to have everybody here engage with us in the chat. And we're coming to you live from Edinburg, Texas, right on the border. Got New York Bob looking at King 4 laying it down. Standard laydown here. We got Jackie Moon with ace-10 off. Looks like he's just shy of the cutoff there. Rail coming in at 6-2 suited. Hearts, Matt 5-6 calling 15. Looks like, yeah, $16 raise. And Mahdi with King 10 on the button calls. You got small blind with ace-8 coming in. So we're looking at 5 players to the flop. 2 guys with a 6 high, and then you're coming in with 3 guys with an ace in their hand. And the flop is 5, Jack, 7, 2 spades. It's going check, check, check. Matt with the pair of 5s here on this board is going to check it. and it goes checks all around. Another spade comes out here. Now you got the inside straight draw for Matt. No one is holding spades, so he's got an inside straight draw and a 1 card to the flush. It looks like we got a $26 bet from the 6-2, who's also got an inside straight draw there. A 4 and a 4 only would give both these guys a straight. The original raiser is out, so we're going heads up to a river. It's the 8, so it's a miss for both hands, except Matt's now, he has this pair of 6s guaranteed to win. He's in position here. Rail's got a pretty small stack size less. He's got $135 in the pot. A lot of board texture. Maybe the flush got there. Obviously, 3 higher cards than Matt's pair of 5s. Rail just going for a straight bluff for $49 into 135. So now bumps the pot up to 184. Going to see if Matt can actually take this down and make the correct call. Not much pre-flop action, and with that range of checks there on one street, Matt might be thinking he's good here for $49, which is roughly a third of the pot bet. And it looks like he does make the call, and he is going to take it down with a pair of 5s. So Matt taking down the first pot that went to post flop of the night for over $200. So good call from Matt there. Didn't think he had it. All those checks around probably gave it away. It looks like Rail actually does have more than $300. I see some green chips in front of him. We'll get those stack sizes updated accordingly as a result. Going on hand number 3 here, Matt makes a nice little play, makes a good call for I think it's almost double the stack for the total pot, it looks like. We'll get those updated chip counts in a second. If you're just tuning in, it looks like we got a $10 button straddle here. So that means it's going to be small blind act. He's going to fold the queen 9. Ace deuce is going to fold. Got New York Bob coming in with an 8-5 suited. He is going to make the call for 10 bucks. 10 call from Wizard. 3-4 suited. You got to love these nicknames these guys give themselves, right? Bumping it up with a king queen to 40. Pocket 7s for Matt calls 40. And then the button, it looks like, has ace queen, and he's just making the call. Only one full. So we got a 4-ways to the flop for around $160, $180 rather, it looks like. Flop coming jack 9-10 rainbow. So king queen just flopped a straight. Looking pretty good there. 7s, not good. A king gives that ace queen the better straight, and 8-5 is pretty much out. 80 to call. So ace queen does make it 80 bucks into 180. Around a third size pop bet. Pretty standard play. Going to be interesting to see what the straight does here. It's $60 to call. I'm sorry. So less than a third of a pot bet. And he does just make a call, so we are going to go to the turn. And it is an ace. So he still has the nuts. No flush draws out there either. Rail and Rock going heads up here. Rail making it a call or a raise decision with the nuts here and 2 hearts out there. We might see him raise it up a little bit more of a dynamic board now. Not as much as of a lock for him with that ace of hearts coming out, and being that he doesn't have a heart. The pot $413 and a decent sized, a little more than a half pot bet at $119 from Rock on the button. And it looks like we are going to go to the river here with just a call. So Rail maybe setting up for a bigger bet on the river. And it is a 10. So one of the cards he wouldn't want to see would be a heart or a board pairing here. So he looks like it's going down check, check. And obviously, rail with the king queen is going to win $532. That was in the middle with his nut straight, ace high now, flopped it, gets rewarded, and bumping up his chip stack. Looks like it's going to be at over 800 bucks as a result of that. And Rock, surprising though that it did go check, check to the river despite the action there on the flop and the turn. Would have thought you might want to see a little bit of a bet there, given that any 10, Jack 10, 9 10, or even an ace 10 probably would have bet, if not on the flop, definitely a little more on the turn, trying to get that flush out there if they didn't think a straight was already out there. Interesting, very conservative play from Rock. Worked out to his benefit. And we'll see kind of where he's going to go from here on those dynamic type of boards when you have to the river a flush draw, and obviously any pair on the board would kind of nullify flopping that straight. But given the way that action went, it looked like he was good, especially given that it was the button that initiated the action pre-flop to begin with. Going to hand number 4 here. And if you're just tuning in again, welcome. Got a lot of good promos coming up in the month of July that you're definitely going to want to hear more about later on in this stream. And so, no straddle on this one. Got Wizard there with Queen 6 and a fold. And Rail picking up pocket aces now. Picked up Queen King to flop the straight. Next hand, pocket aces. No raise in front of him. A 1-3 game with decent stack sizes. Looks like he's only going to make it 12 bucks to go, or $18 to go. Pretty standard size bet. Pocket 7s is going to call from the hijack. And now you got an interesting hand from Rock there on the cutoff with King Jack suited, just making the call. And that 6-3 is going to get out of there. New York Bob with Jack 8 offsuit. See if he wants to play. Looks like he does. So if you got pocket aces here, you definitely want that action with these kind of hands pre-flop. 4 ways to the flop, and perfect card to see coming out. Really static board. You flop top set, insta checks, and it's going check around. 2 of hearts. Now you got a heart draw. You got a straight inside straight draw, 1 off gutter straight. The 10. Now we're going to see it going, looks like $28 from top set here, right? Doesn't want any flush draws or straight draws to get there, and he gets it. Shows the top set. Couldn't get any more action there. Makes sense not to check there on the turn either. Maybe even on try to get a flop bet from someone that would want to see a 10 on the turn, like a King Jack. Given that it was 4 ways to the flop, looked like there was almost $80, if not a little more than $80. In there in the pot, but understandable given that he was second to act in that hand and it was only 4 people in that hand as a result. So check out this promo, guys. Gotta love the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, $100,000 guarantee. This is the big one, $25,000 guaranteed to first. This July 25th through August 10th. We got a 10-day tournament here, $200 buy-in. Definitely not going to want to miss this one. Come down, check us out here in the Valley. You're going to love it. And when you're not playing that tournament, make sure you check out cash games like the one you're seeing here. So it's a straddle, re-straddle, straddle to 6, re-straddle to 12. So it's going to be on Matt to act first. 6-4 off, lays it down. Personally, I am a huge fan of the straddle, re-straddle, and just keep re-straddling the whole table until it's exhausted. Instigates a lot of great action. Should see more of that. Might need to mandate that at such a low-stakes game, 1-3. Seeing 7-6 Mockdy with 7-6 out. These guys are not really loosening up their game. The cutoff making it Jack 9 a fold, and the original button here with a fold. So back to Wizard. He's in the big blind with King Queen offsuit, and he is gonna, looks like he raises it to 35. Queen 5 getting out of there, which was the original straddle at 6. Now Queen 5's got a decision. 21 more dollars to call. You're in position. It's heads up. Looks like we're going to a flop here. $78 in the pot. It's a king 4-3. So the king queen gets there from wizard top pair, and he checks it with this. Could be an outside open-ended straight draw. Could be a flush draw out there. And sure enough, maybe he's trying to instigate some action because he does get it. And he takes it down. All right. Looks like he raised 25 there with top pair. Easy takedown. Bob coming in on the New York Bob coming in on the button. Trying to make that a button straddle to 10.
That's why you're on the B team forever.
And we are going to hand number 6 now. Getting dealt out. Stack size has really remained the same. We did see one decent size hand when Rail had the king queen and flopped the straight. It was good all the way through. Flopped aces in the next hand. We'll see stack sizes here coming to you in a second. Rail's going to be folding that 6-3. He got up for a second. Matt limping in with that ace-3 suited +1. And we got a king-9 on the hijack suited. Looks like he's going to make it 20 to go. Back to New York Bob, folds. And it's going to be heads up. Ace-3 to king-9, both suited to the flop. And that king-9 gets there in a big, big way with that 8. So it looks like Matt's probably just going to check this down. Let's see if king-9 wants to trap. He does bet, and it's an instant fold. On a really static board like that, going heads up, I don't love betting as much, especially in position when your opponent just checks, and you're the one holding the 9, right? Even a small bet, you want to just elicit some action from your opponent most of the time, in my opinion. Easy takedown, right? I mean, not much going on that board. I mean, an outside straight draw, open-ended straight draw, maybe with a 10-jack called you pre-flop, possibly. Not too many other hand classes to call. An ace-3 suited is a good hand class to call in that position. Going to the next hand here, we got a button straddle from Wizard. See how the action shapes up. Matt with king 10 off, making it a call. And he got mocked there with a 5 deuce. Hasn't really seen much. Ace 5 suited calling here. Actually raising to $17. So we got two folks that are suited, Ace 5 and King 10, all calling this $17 bet. And then you got Rail there with a 9-7 off. Going to a flop 4 ways, 86 in the pot. Ace gets there, Ace Queen 3 of hearts. No one has hearts. So you got that Ace 5. Look at like 74% equity for this hand. And he is going to come out with, it looks like $26. Yeah, betting 26. Getting one hand out of there. And then that King 10 does make the call for 26. With the inside straight draw. Not going to get there on the turn. If you're holding that Ace 5, now you also picked up an inside straight draw. 118 in the middle. Probably want to make it at least a third size pot bet. Not going to see much in terms of folds here, and he does. A little less than a third size pot here, around a quarter. 35 to Matt. Inside straight draw. From my understanding, he has King 10 off. He is going to make the call. Interesting. He doesn't get there, but the heart does. Might be some cause from concern now. Someone just basically a calling station every street from Matt. You have ace five. Not a great kicker. You did just get there though with the straight. So the flush got there and your straight got there. 188 in the middle. And it looks like he's going to bet 65 to call. With king 10, your options are to re-raise and try to get this guy off his base and represent a flush, or a higher straight, which would be extremely unlikely, just calling down. But if you were just calling the entire time, it does look like you possibly could have gotten a flush on the river. Going to 200 plus here would definitely represent that. Anything less, you still might get that ace five, which now just made their straight to call. Very unlikely that there's a 5-6 out there for a better straight. Matt does make the raise, interestingly enough. Let's see if that ace five can hold. It looks like he has king 10 offsuit, not with hearts. That remains to be seen, but here we are with that ace five. You made the straight while the flush was made. You got a re-raise in front of you that's just been calling the whole time when that flush draw has just been an anchor draw there for you. While you have an ace with a very, very weak kicker. It looks like he's made the fold. So Matt gonna take it down with a nice bluff here. Chooses not to show. Would have been a great time to show, I would have thought, on that kind of a board here, because you can probably discern that your opponent at least has a pair. Seeing that they did make the straight and you got them off their base for a relatively low raise into that pot, right? 165, just 100 more on top. Maybe that $100 on top is kind of Matt's go-to for bluff sizing. But if you had that ace five, that four made you, and now you're thinking to yourself, okay, I made the correct laydown or not. I'm gonna watch it on the stream later for sure. Another looks like an $8 straddle on the button. Rail picking up queen 7, gonna make the call. Aggressive call for the small blind to make there, just queen 7 suited. Easy folds from these guys going down the rail. King 8 making the fold. New York Bob looking like he's making the call with a king 8 rather. And we're going to a three-way flop, it looks like. King 8, jack 5, queen 7. Big range. And that queen 7 does get there. No other draws from these players right now. King 8 is out, and the 5 bottom pair looks like making the call for 12 bucks. 7 or a 5 gets him there. Nope. Pretty dead card on the turn, although it does give someone a flush draw. And possibly, if you had 3-4, an open-ended straight draw. Coming into, looks like a 50-plus pot. Bets 20. And it looks like he's going to take it down. Oh, he does get a call. If you're holding queens, betting that small might elicit a bigger bet from someone that maybe had an open-ended straight draw. Possibly king 10 hit now, so making a small bet, definitely going to see a raise. That's not the case. He does show the queen 7, and he does take it down.
What did he show? He showed. Turn his hand over. I showed top there. You showed red move? Yes. I'm not sure you
Shuffle up and deal. Looks like we got a $10 under the gun straddle going. No re-straddle like we saw earlier, where it went from 6 to 12. Maybe we'll see more action. Maybe some of the players can elicit some of that action, make the game a lot more interesting, a lot more dynamic here. We are seeing a decent sized range from these guys, especially if they're out of position. You know, those king eights, queen seven offsuit type of hands. Evren, who's now in the +1, picks up ace queen offsuit, does raise it to 35
So you already like the game,
with
right?
that under the gun straddle. Now, Wizard picking up kings here.
Good game, yeah.
See what he does. Is he just calling 35 as the cutoff, rather the hijack? Because the
You can leave it 5.
yeah, now Jackie Moon in the cutoff with jacks. Okay, we got some fireworks brewing here. Ace, queen, king, pocket jacks. King's just making the stealth call. Let's see if it elicits the raise. It does. Jackie Moon with the jacks, no less. Looking like he's gonna re-raise it to $120. Now Makti with ace 10. He's been relatively carded. He's got ace 10 suited. It's 120 to go. You're in the big blind. You know that the guy next to you is going to make that obvious fold here. If you got ace queen off suit like Evren, someone just called the 35.
120. He's got cards, by the way.
Yes, I know he called.
It's 75 more, or rather 85 more for him to call here. You're not in position. You're the original raiser. So what kind of an action do you make here? You got one call and one re-raise. Probably going to lay it down with ace queen off or just flat. It doesn't look like he's got $285 left in his stack. So, and that was the other option, which is just jam all in, which he does. Now, if you got kings here, looks like he's all in as well. And jacks go all in. So we got a three-way all in. We're like in hand 6. Welcome to the RGV. This is how it is down here, folks, if you've never been before. We're going to a flop, ace queen, pocket kings, and pocket jacks.
256, please. Just so I can make the main call.
$921 total, and they do have to make a side pot for this hand. Looks like Wizard was the highest chip stack going into this flop. All pretty much even stacks from what I can tell here. 300 each, more or less. Nice triple up for whoever gets this one. Probability of someone chopping here is next to none.
All right.
Let's see what we get done here. I think that they're going to run it once. And they are going to go twice. Wow, okay. So 3 ways, all into the flop. Going to run it twice here. Let's see if kings can hold up. And it looks like a lock for kings with the boat.
Any aces in there, maybe?
If you're going with aces, you just need one ace to spike it, and you're going to chop now. Jacks look almost out of play unless you can spike. And there's the jack. And it's a chop between jacks and kings, ace, queen. Let's see if Evren's going to rebuy here. Not the greatest of calls on his end. Getting 2-1 on his money with that 3-way all in. Jacks and queens got a chop. It's kind of a surprising call all in, although he did put in most of his stack with that re-raise pre-flop from 35 to 120. Thought that could be good and or just rebuy after that. So here we go.
Always run it once, at least you benefited.
Shout out to John Dre,
This time.
local player here, local pro tuning in. Maybe we'll see him hop in. And everybody else watching the live stream, great to see everybody. Looking forward to seeing how the rest of this night plays out. And if you're new to the Valley, we got a lot of great promotions going on right now as incentives to come down. This $100 every hour with rollovers has gotten to $1,200 recently. It has gotten to $1,300 recently. Just yesterday, it got to $1,400. So you're gonna want to make sure to be here, to play here, It's aces full of 10s or better to qualify for the high hand. You're looking at 13 hours a day it's running. So that's how this rollover just keeps adding up and adding up and adding up. You know, we're open here every day starting at 10 a.m. and there's more or less at least one table going for this to qualify. 5 players at a table. So make sure to come and check that out. Someone just hit it today with a straight flush. I'm not going to say who, I know who it was. For $1,300. So it's been hitting daily for around, I would say, between $900 to $1,300. Well worth it if you're playing at any of these tables, especially with a relatively low, in my opinion, qualifying hand there, right? Aces full of 10s. Decent chance of hitting that. So now we're going in. It looks like Everin is rebuying for, I want to say, $300 there. And we should be going to a flop shortly. And then I know you guys don't want to get bored with promos here, but on those kind of hands where it's a 3-way all in to the flop and you're sitting with kings, yeah, maybe you do want to run it once. But no, you know, obviously you can't know what other players have. When a smaller stack kind of jams like that, you know, bets more than half a stack, you might be up against aces sometimes. Ace, king, queens, potentially. But running it twice when, you know, there's really only one other hand that's aces that could beat you, maybe not the best decision. I'm sure he's happy with it nonetheless. Obviously, he would have taken it down if he just ran it once. And I got the clean triple up rather than just splitting Everin's $300 effective for a 150 win to each. Going to the next hand here. Got a raise out there to 35 with ace jack, and then Jackie Moon 3-betting with king 2 suited, putting some pressure on Everin, who just lost with ace queen. He's out of position. He's under the gun. Jackie Moon coming in with the hijack, 3-bet to 50, and he does actually gets the fold from ace jack off suit. So Everin making the fold. Jackie picking up that pot. Pretty clean there. And we're on to the next hand. And I want to make sure everyone knows while we're here on the topic about these awesome promos. Little shout out to the guys at TCH Los Colinas. If you haven't been over there, check it out. Beautiful club, just like ours down here in Edinburg, Texas. Definitely can't really call it out as the nicest one, but it's definitely one of the nicest ones. So Jackie picking up ace king here. Looks like he just makes it $10.
10 straddles. Oh, I thought it was
Some confusion over the straddle.
It was the first one I was under, so I know they
So he makes it 20. Min raises it from what looks like is a $10 straddle. So now we got rail also with ace king off suit. Really interesting dynamic here, right? Two guys, both ace king, ace of diamonds, king of hearts, ace of hearts, king of diamonds. Let's see how this one goes. If there's an ace or a king on the flop, any draws. Jackie, this time it looks like he's going to be out of position for this one. So 10-3 jack rainbow, queen inside. Both of them pick up an inside straight draw and have 2 overs. It goes down check check pretty quickly. The queen king got there for a straight relatively easily. It looks like Jackie's going to check. It's on rail in position in the hijack. Betting $40 with 2 overs. And it looks like Jackie just going to call with the ace king. There is a club draw out there. And they both hit the straight. So this one's going to be a wash, obviously. Just both going all in. Or at least chopping. Not much aggression from either player, though, on that flop. That's what led to this. So if you had the ace king in your position, you might be thinking to yourself on this, why didn't I bet the flop with 2 overs? and my opponent checking to me after just flatting on the pre-flop action. And it's going to be a nice big chop. They're winning a whopping $7 each. You might want to turn up the flop aggression dial if you're in position and your opponent checks to you and you have 2 overs like this, especially given the pre-flop action. Want to elicit some kind of a bet. You know, if you got if an ace or a king hits, yeah, maybe they are on a draw. But obviously that wasn't the case in this situation here. Questions, comments, make sure you send them to info@tchrgv.com. Love to answer all your questions. Love seeing you guys show up here. Make sure you mention a shout out to me, Dave Hockman, coming to you live and direct here in Edinburg, Texas, doing commentary. We have a great live streaming team, great staff, very friendly staff, phenomenal service down here. So New York Bob coming in with the $10 straddle, it looks like. Gonna see first hands coming in with Wizard. Chop that, run it twice with kings. Got ace queen now on the low jack from rail. $911 behind, makes it $30 to go. Mahdi pretty much card dead. Now we got an ace 6 and Evern wakes up to kings in the small blind to a raise. Last time he had ace queen, he went all in, but there was a $100 plus raise to his 35 in front of him. Let's see what he's going to raise to in this spot. I'm going to take the over on $60 coming out from his stack, and it looks like he's got $281 behind, so he bumps it up over 100, bets it to 100. New York Bob with the 8-4 suited. Gonna take the over on him laying it down. Yep, there you go. Thank you for your $10. Goes into the middle. And now if you got ace queen here, you're in position. You're not suited. A small blind raise like this almost always is a pocket pair or an ace king, ace queen suited combo. So you're really drawn just to the ace, and so he does lay it down. Decent lay down from rail. Didn't want to gamble with that small blind raise. Although he did shove prior, and he did see that a couple hands ago with ace queen. Not going to see a flop on that one just yet. And if you're not aware also, this coming Monday, 6 p.m., 20 levels, $5,000 ship early bonus, $15K starting stack, only $100 buy-in with a $2,000 green chip bounty. That's live here, TCH Edinburg, Texas. Don't miss it. If you're anywhere even orbiting Texas, make sure you fly down. Great accommodations, hotels, might be able to stay with some of the staff or players if you know them, and check these tournaments out because they do fill up fast. Going back to the action here, Wizard under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit, just going to limp in. Personally, not really a fan of limping in ever, but he's kind of playing a little tight, a little conservative. Mahdi finally wakes up with a hand here, pocket queens and the hijack. Seeing under the gun limp, bumps it up just to $20. The 6-4, love it, rocked. First hand he's playing on the cutoff, and he is going to make the call. Jack Queen looking like he's going to come in with a raise. Good for Wizard here. Bumping it up to 60. Mahdi not going anywhere on this. Might get that Jack. Probably going to get that 6-4 suited to fold. Mahdi just making the call with queens in position. Very small, and we got the 6-4 suited going in. He's gambling. on the cutoff. 3 ways to the flop, $184 in the middle. And that ace, queen 10 ace rainbow, and Makdi gets that set. Drills a set on the flop. Wizard coming out with mid pair and an inside straight draw. The king and the king only gets there for him. There's no flush. Possibly a king jack. So he bets 100, just getting a call from Makdi here. And the 6-4 suited diamonds obviously not connected at all. He's out of there fast. Deuce on the turn. So king jack coming out betting $100 in the small blind after that re-raise. Possible? My opinion, not probable. Drilling a set, probably good, especially now that he's checking here after making a $100 bet on the flop. Makdi coming in another barrel for $100. If you've got queens, you're probably putting your opponent on some kind of ace, maybe ace king. The fact that he just flatted pre-flop, probably not an ace king suited, definitely not aces. Maybe an ace 10 or a queen 10. Definitely not ace deuce, queen deuce, queen deuce, 10 deuce combo. Any other raise here would put him all in because he just put in a third of his stack with 100, and he does make the fold, the correct fold here. Makdi taking down a nice $484 pot after going heads up with Wizard to the flop and drilling a set. Love to see that when it happens.
Into 25,000 playing poker, Texas Card House is proud to present the $100,000 Guaranteed Valley Poker Open from July 25th to August 5th. $200 buy-in. Day 2 on August 5th with the final table streamed worldwide. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com.
And we're back. TCH, Texas Card House, Edinburg, Rio Grande Valley. You can throw a football from the roof of our building to Reynosa, Mexico. We're right on the border. Phenomenal place to be. Phenomenal action, excellent action. All year round, almost 24/7. And Makdi coming in with the low jack, king queen suited, making it $20 to go. And Bob with a king jack suited in the small blind making the call. Rail making the call with the 5-4 offsuit. So 3 players to the flop, $63 in the middle. Bob with the best hand on a 9-7 ace rainbow flop. It's a miss all around. There's no flush draws for anybody. And we got the C-bet, looks like a $40 C-bet, or $30 C-bet from Makdi. Would need, and Bob, he's out of there. You got Rail with the 5-4 off. He's out of there. And Makdi's going to take it down. A lot of these players will play much higher stakes. So you can kind of look at it like that first $300 buy-in, which is the minimum here for this stream, I believe. It's kind of just like the first of possibly many bullets. You might see guys kind of martingale their way in. First bullet, 300. Second, 6. And if that goes bust, maybe go in for 1,000 plus. But overall, pretty even chip sizes here, especially given that we did have that chop, kings, jacks, and that ace-queen. Ran it twice. King got there, Jack got there. They split the $150 each. And now Rail looking at queen 9 offsuit under the gun. Quick fold. Nat 6-4 suited with the +1 call for 3. Makdi ace-6 suited, limping in. Need some more testosterone at this table because everybody's just limping in. New York Bob waking up to a queen 3, folds it. And you got the small blind and big blind coming in. Limps all around. And we got 4-way limp to the flop here on a 2-5 ace, 2 diamonds board. No one with diamonds. checks all around real fast. Got a 7 of diamonds out there. So now you got a 1 card to the 6-high flush if Wizard wants to get there, which would give him the nuts. Right now, you got Mokdi and Matt kind of coming in, and a 10 deuce got there on the flop, but he is out. So we got Matt and Mokdi on their draws to the river, and neither of them get there. Mokdi with the 8 high, and he's going to win the pot, takes it down $32. So, interesting action there on that hand. The pair of twos, which would have been the best hand, was out too early. Not really seeing much aggression from those 4 guys yet. I want to put an emphasis on yet for that. We'll see how things shape up after this hand. Gonna go to hand number 12. And if you notice, that money on the button is sitting there. We'll get to that in a second. And we got some interesting stats coming your way pretty shortly. Just needed to get some more hands out there. And great RFID provider here for the stream. Accurate, succinct, great staff. See Mokdi getting a massage from one of the professionals for sure. Evren, Queen 7 off, gonna lay it down. And now D, I believe this is the first hand he's playing. It's 9-8 suited in the hijack, and he's calling 6. Looks like there was a $6 straddle out there. New York Bob calling on the cutoff. You got all calls, 5 ways to the flop. Ace high, got ace 4 and ace 5, 2 players out there. 5's getting there on a 10 jack 5, 2 hearts on the board. So you got a flush draw, open-ended straight draw from D in the hijack. And it's 2 players checking to him in a $15, pretty much limp on that straddle pot. He's going to make it 15. Now Rail with a pair of 5s is going to make the call for 15. And right now you'll notice that open-ended straight flush draw was the best hand until the turn. A king on the turn. Check from Rail. Now the equities you can see change here. He still's got an open-ended straight draw. He's still got the flush draw. He is going to bet it. Definitely the correct move. Is $45 enough? Ace 5 coming along. So the 8-9 gets there for the straight on the river. Checking again. If you bet small, like maybe $22 or $31, you might elicit a re-raise. Instead, he's going to come in for 85. Let's see what Rail does. And he does look like he does make the call. Seven, 8, 9, 10 jack for the straight. Takes it down. Looks like we got a straddle out there for $7. Always a big fan of the straddle. Bigger fan of the mandatory straddle. We have not seen that come into fruition yet. All the players would have to agree on it. At lower stakes, it's tough, right? Typically harder to get guys to agree to it. When there's a rock out there, which we have seen from time to time here, and there's a mandatory straddle at the rock, pretty much guarantees that you're going to see action almost every time, which makes things really fun and exciting. Back on Evren now. He's in the +2 with the Jack Queen offsuit and making it, looks like $15 straight to go. Pocket 5s from D in the low jack calling, and that ace 9 is going to call as well. We got Jackie there with the initial button straddle for 7, calling with the 9-10. So a pretty low raise, right? Already got that straddle out there for 7, making it 15. And we got a 2-6 ace flop with a big hit for Wizard there with the pair of aces in the cutoff. Coming in, looks like he's going to come in at 15 again. And the pair of fives may be considering it. You got some weak ace hands that could call, and he is going to call. Might be able to get a weak pair of aces, an ace with a weak kicker to get off his base. Might be able to represent a flush if a flush gets there with the clubs. Now we got another flush draw with the hearts. There could be some open-ended straight draw possibilities that did not get there. Looks like check going here, check, check to the river, which pairs the board with another 6. So ace is solidly good. If you got pocket fives, though, any raise into this kind of a board, ace is probably going to call. With their kicker being an over to the board, he is going to make it another $15. Let's see if pocket fives comes along for the ride, and they don't. They do not. So Wizard taking this pocket down with a pair of aces, 9 high, aces, 6s, 9 high on that board. And again, we got tons of promos here. Want to reiterate my personal favorite coming to you now, where we got this $100 every hour with rollovers. This is not to be missed. This is kind of unprecedented. It gets to $1,000 quickly, almost daily here, folks. So make sure you come and check it out. Got a $10 under the gun straddle here from seat 2, who I believe is Dale, if I'm not mistaken, and has not played too many hands. So night you got +1 with Everin with a Queen 8 suited. He's really very high variance calls. Queen 8 suited, little bit better than computer. Didn't want to come along. And now you got 7-8 offsuit, also laying it down. Later position action, might want to open up the range a little bit with that Queen 9 offsuit. With that $10 under the gun straddle, he looks like he is going to bump it up a little bit, put some pressure here to 35. Rail 6 deuce offsuit. Now Makdi is out, it looks like. Oh, Matt's got the King 4 suited. He's out. Makdi picking up ace jack. I'd be surprised if he doesn't make a call here, even though he's in the big blind. Might want to make a re-raise from a later position here with that hand. He chooses not to do it. The initial under the gun straddle, he's out of there. And so we got heads up to the flop, $81 in there. And the ace hits. So the Queen 9 hits, and the ace jack, it goes check, check quickly. The hearts do get there. So if you had the heart draw or the straight draw, you definitely got there here. But does Makdi think either of those happened? And apparently he might. Now he's got trip aces. Very dynamic board now going into the river, where he does pick up his 3rd ace for trips. And it's been check, check all the way down. And 9s might bet this river here if he checked again. He chooses not to. He throws out a $70 bet. It's going to be a quick raise or a quick fold. 9s might want to consider raising because of the way the action went. Tough to think that your opponent has an ace. Possibly the flush got there. He does make the fold, though, from Jack. He makes the correct fold. And Makdi winning $48. Trying to elicit a bet from a player. And we're going to go to the next hand. Now, Jackie is known to be more of an action-styled player here. So that could have been the reason why Makdi kind of slow played that ace on the flop. Obviously, it's unlikely that someone hit flop straight. Extremely unlikely there. Maybe he was thinking he had a better ace, but obviously the ace got there in the river, so that's why he bet. And we're going to the action next hand, starting right now. It doesn't look like there's any straddles out there. So just straight 1-3, no limit. Coming to you from Edinburg, Texas. Pretty static stack sizes here, not any huge outliers. You got King 9 suited under the gun. Everyone's been seeing a lot of these kind of Queen 8 suited, King 9 suited hands in that position. And he does make it a standard bet to 15. That's kind of been his go-to no matter what pre-flop. And jacks are going to bump it up to, it looks like, $55 here. In the cutoff, rail folds to Everin. Do you want to come along for the ride with an overcard and a suited King 9 that's going to make it very hard to connect on the flop for a straight, right? So it looks like he does make the call. Maybe he's a little bit tired of getting pushed around or not. So we're going to the flop. King 9 suited versus jacks. Quick check from Everin here. Jacks with the overpair. Probably going to make somewhat of a third to half pot size bet. Bets 80. And he gets Everin out of there quickly because he does have the overpair again.
Into 25,000 playing poker, Texas Card House is proud to present the $100,000 Guaranteed Valley Poker Open from July 25th to August 5th. $200 buy-in. Day 2 on August 5th with the final table streamed worldwide. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com.
Coming back to your 1-3, no limit. Seen only 2 all-in hands so far for the night. Bob picking up Queen 9 and a lot of laydowns. Looks like George is coming in now in place of Jackie. Rail coming in with ace, queen, offsuit in the hijack. Matt gonna make the call in the cutoff for 18 bucks with 8-6 suited. He knocked the Jack 9 on the button, and it looks like it's gonna be his decision right now to decide where he wants to take the action. He does call. Rock with also ace-6 suited, this time of clubs. And Everin coming along with the King 3 suited because he's getting 4-1 on his money at this point. Why not? Going to a flop, a 10-5 ace, spades on the flop. No one has spades obviously here. We got the ace queen for the connect. Looking very strong. Comes out 35. And it looks like he's going to get it just on that flop raise. No one else wanted to come along with him. No re-raises here from someone in the hijack coming along with that ace. Re-raising here or calling with the plan to re-raise. I believe he was the initial pre-flop raiser. Might not be the worst idea. And we're going to the next hand, but you can kind of see the way the dynamic is playing out on these type of boards. He's coming out swinging on that flop without a spade. So anybody with a spade or that already made spades, probably a high chance that they're going to, at a minimum, call, if not bump it up a little bit. But even if you don't, and you're in position, given that he was out, might not be a terrible idea just to call and then re-raise on a later street, especially if a spade gets there, right? Especially if a spade gets there with such high spades out there. And sure enough, Wizard, King Jack, offsuit, making it 15 to go pre-flop. Rail coming along for the call, Matt folding, pocket threes. Everin picking up Jack Queen in the small blind suited here. Just calling, maybe not the best. Trying to put some pressure. And he does make a all-in with Jack Queen suited. Everin. Wizard coming out. Ace 4 suited He made it 15 pre-flop. Got one other player behind. He does make the laydown, and Matt with the pocket threes. And you can see the equities here. Matt's thinking about it. It's another $221 to call with that pre-flop. Granted, I believe there was something like $60 in the pot for him to jam all in, and he does not show the queen jack suited. So Everin getting a little aggressive now, out of position, all in pre-flop with jack queen suited. Tired of getting pushed around. Maybe still thinking about that ace queen offsuit call that he made all in pre-flop to pocket kings and pocket jacks. We'll see where it goes from here. Guys are talking about action up in Austin, which, by the way, is only a 4-hour drive, straight shot north. It's an easy drive too, autopilot type of drive, as I like to call it. And the same is true if you're in Austin watching this, or San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, or really anywhere in the world, and you want to come down and check out some of the best action that I've experienced here. I know that's not represented exactly on the stream just yet, but if you've seen some of the other streams, it sure has. And so we got Wizard picking up pocket tens under the gun, makes it 20 bucks to go in a 1-3. You can see where the bet sizing is. You can throw that 3x big blind sizing bet out the window. Not going to see that here ever. Everin out, and it looks like we got two callers with a 9-8 offsuit and the low jack with king jack offsuit. Now New York Bob with the threes that Matt just had. He's calling 4 ways to the flop. Matt in the big blind just calling with threes. Might have wanted to raise a little bit just to see where everybody is at with the low pocket pair. Doesn't get there. 7-5 king on the flop. Matt with king jack looking for the best of it. And he's in position. The tens come firing again for $30 into roughly an $80 pot. And 8-9 with the inside straight draw is coming along for a 6, trying to get there. And Matt with the top pair just calling 30. If you're New York Bob at this point, on just this street, you're getting 3-1. And now you're getting nice money, at least 6-1 on your money. So it does kind of make sense for him just to spike a 3, right? On the turn. And he does not get there. Pair of 9s comes. Pocket 10s. You got to call a 6-8, which people had several times. Gets there for the straight. And that's about it. Pocket 10s, you're not thinking that anybody has a king, even though 4 other people came along for the ride. 3 other people besides you. It's a 4-way pot, and you have pocket 10s here. Making it 60 bucks into a $200 pot. Right around a quarter. 8-9 doesn't look terrible for a call, possibly. But now Matt's got a real decision here. There are maybe some 2 pairs that could have come as a result, like a 9-7, 7-5, a pocket pair drilling a set on the flop or the turn is possible, and now that's exactly what happens on the river. Why aggression is usually the way to go into weakness, because now your opponent with pocket 10s who might have made a fold on the flop or the turn, and Wizard coming out with 150. Insta call from Matt with top pair. Didn't think he had 10. But a lot of draws also got out there, right, on the river. Possible jack queen. That's 6-8. And pocket 10s is going to take it down with the set there on the river for a nice win for Wizard. After having those pocket kings before, he's been playing. He's been getting a lot of pocket pairs. I played 7 hours yesterday, and I got 1 pocket pair, and it was a pair of 4s, and I couldn't play it. So, always interesting to see how these guys run on these streams, and we'll be right back.
¿Dólares en $25,000 jugando al póker? Texas Card House se enorgullece en presentar el Valley Open de $100,000 del 25 de julio al 5 de agosto. Solo $200 de inscripción. El segundo día será el 5 de agosto, con la mesa final transmitida en vivo a nivel mundial. Visita texascardhouse.com para más información.
Always welcoming to our Spanish-speaking friends, especially given that we're down here on the border and that we're in here in Texas generally. Heck, we're in America generally. It is 10 live on a straddle, $20 re-straddle here. Matt laying it down, Makdi laying it down. Hasn't really seen much from Makdi. Everyone with the 10-7. At 10-3, and now Bob going to lay it down. So it might just be, it looks like just the straddles. Chubbs has queen 2. He's going all in, and Rail's got ace jack suited. And it's a call, and Chubbs is going once. So here we go. All in, queen deuce, ace jack. And the flop is king 5-10, and he picks up his flush draw, and he doesn't get there. So the aces hold. Quick double up for that ace jack. Big gamble from Chubbs. Love to see it. Insta call from Rail there. Somewhat making sense. I guess did he really know if it was blind or not? That's the real question here. I'll take the over on that. He was paying attention to the player right next to him, who was also in the straddle, and especially with that re-straddle, you would want to pay attention to that. So might have noticed that he didn't look at his cards. Easy call with ace jack suited there for $300, and adds another $300. It looks like Chubbs is going to come back in for another $300. So now Rail picking up 7-4, big win. Under the gun, no straddle. He did do the re-straddle, but he's not doing the re-straddle, the actual straddle under the gun. Makdi pretty much card dead tonight so far. Was getting a massage. Now the next guy over is getting it. Evren limping in with low pocket pair, late position. My opinion, not smartest move. And we got Chubbs again, making it $25 to go with the king deuce suited. Matt coming along with 10-7 offsuit. Fours coming in, ace 3 now with decision. Limped in for 3, you have position. And he is going to come in, it looks like, for the call to 25. And Wizard is out with the 5 deuce suited. So we're going to a flop 4 ways. Makes it $100 plus in the pot here. Let's see what comes out. 8-10-5 rainbow. And so that 10-7 combo here looks like it's paying off for Matt. New York Bob coming along for $50 after 2 checks. Matt's going to come in with top pair. Not sure on just calling here with pretty dynamic board, right? 6-7 gives the open-ended. You got the clubs for the straight draw. Now if you're with 10-7, you no longer have top pair, but it does go down check, check, interestingly enough. And the question is New York Bob going to try to take this one down? There's a straight draw that got there that's out there. The flush draw did not get out there. But if you're Matt, are you thinking that this guy had a 10 or an 8 or a 5 and maybe a 10 and a better 10? Because 2 pair probably would have re-raised. And that's sure enough, that's what happens. Matt is actually going to do that for Bob. coming in at 188, and he does show a pair of 10s there after Bob made it 60, and he bumps it up 3x to 188. Decent play from Matt, checking all the way down, and did elicit the bet on the river from Bob. Haven't seen too much aggression on the streets where there's a check on the turn, and this time we did. So here's that move here. Makdi is going to be under the gun, or rather the +1, and he got Matt under the gun, making it a $6 for the straddle. Going to be on Makdi to act first here. Let's see what he picks up. A big nothing burger. Going to Rock. Hasn't played many hands, hasn't seen many hands. Is getting a massage though. Looking like that's going all right for him. And New York Bob picking up queens on the cutoff into the straddle, and someone folds out of turn. Gotta love that. $20 from Bob to go. A lot going on with that guy's stack too. Wizard, by the way. Looks like he's got some kind of action figure going on over there. Grown men bringing action figures out of the house. I'll take the under on social skills for that one. Okay, here we go. Chubb's coming in with the 6-3 offsuit. Love to see it. Queen, he does check dark, and he tells him what he has. And oh, yep, that was the action. Check dark, all in dark, and it worked out for Bob this time with queens on a king 10 flop. Guess they're sorting out some issues on the card reader here. Gonna get in touch with the folks that do this about that. So it's a $10 button straddle from Chubbs. Action Jackson from Chubbs over there. Gotta love to see it. Doesn't always play that way off the stream, but makes it entertaining on the stream. Going to be on rail to act first in the small blind with King 8 offsuit. He does make the call. I'm just going to be unfiltered here on my opinion. Pretty weak call in my opinion. You're betting that no one else is going to re-raise. It's pretty much just dead money sitting out of there. So Rock with the ace queen. Probably not making it enough though to get that kind of a limp on the button straddle to fold. I would imagine that we're going to see a call from rail here, just given that now both Matt and Chubbs are in, and he folds and might have exposed his hand in the process. We'll see. And so you got Chubbs with the pocket fours making the call to 35, as is Matt. It was only 25 more. So we got ace queen, pocket fours, queen 9 to the flop with $90 in there. Under 15 now in the pot. Matt calling the 35. Confused for a second. Going to an ace 7-8 rainbow flop. Big hit for Rock. Haven't seen much from him. Making it $50 into 115 and getting folds all the way around. So I believe this is the first pot that Rock has won. So good for him with that ace queen and getting two other players to come along with you at $35 each. So he picked up $70 on that flop. Coming to you live and direct from the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley in beautiful Edinburg, Texas, the $100,000 guarantee with $25,000 guaranteed to first. If you're looking at this and it's a $200 buy and you're thinking, man, I want the least amount of people possible in this one, right? But you gonna want to make sure you get down here because these tournaments do fill up fast. Great ROI on that one, right? $200 buy-in, 100K guarantee. Reminds me of the old full tilt days on that one. Love to see it. Back to the action here in the low jack. Bob has king jack offsuit in the low jack. Chubb's looking down in the cutoff with 10-8 off. Gonna make the call to 10. I believe it was a $10 straddle under the gun. And Matt coming in with king deuce suited for 35. If you're gonna do that, might want to bump it up a little more. Probably going to get some calls here. Yep. From Mokhdi coming in with the jack queen suited. And even Rock, who, like I said, we have not seen much from. That was just getting good odds. So he's going to call with the 9-10 suited. Bob going all in with king jack. Chubbs announcing an all in with 8-10 off. If you're Matt with king deuce, and you got a king deuce suited, you're going to be out like a trout as fast as possible. And Mokhdi and Rock are probably not going to come along either with a raise and then re-raise to all in. So Rock sitting with $684 in his stack. Is he going to want to come along for some action here? Total gamble. He doesn't know that Chubbs also has a 10, and Bob's got that jack. So you got 8-10 and king jack. Some of your outs, if you were trying to go for a straight, all of them need to hit one of their cards on the flop to kind of seal the deal. Very spread out. And he does actually make the call. So we're going to see 3 ways all into the flop here. Only in the Rio Grande Valley. A little bit more than 650 in the pot, looking like almost 670 in the pot right now. With a 9-10, king jack, 8-10. This is kind of the action you can expect to see here, even if it's not a live stream, to be quite frank. In Texas Card House, Edinburg. Flop coming out, ace, 3, deuce, suited clubs, 5, and an ace, king jack, with the king high, taking it down. Nice triple up for New York Bob, taking it all down there. And the 9-10 and 8-10, busto. And I believe that was all in for Chubb, so he's probably going to have to come back in. I believe he's already got some green chip in his hand, equal to probably $300 or more. And if you're jammed with king jack and you get calls from 9-10 and 8-10, you're loving that all day long. It's like McDonald's. You're loving it, and you want some more of it. And let's keep that going every hand, you're probably thinking, but usually rare to see that anywhere else but the Valley. But we're special down here. We do special things. Maybe it's because we're right next to the border. Could be. Next hand here, under the gun, we're going to see Everin touching his card, rubbing him on the felt, maybe for good luck. You got queen jack off. Surprisingly, actually lays it down. We've seen him raise with worse before, even in that position under the gun. Bob coming in, king 6 suited. He's feeling high on life after that last hand, coming in for 15 bucks. Quick fold. Chubbs with the 8-10 offsuit again. Let's see what he's going to do. And he does make the call. So 8-10 offsuit, 2 hands in a row. Rail calling with 2-3 suited in the cutoff. And Matt on the button calling with queen 9 off. Now Mokhdi, small blind, ace 10. It's the best hand so far, unless we look at kings from Rock. A 3-bet to 80. Gotta love what you're seeing out there. And he is just gonna call the 80 in the big blind with kings.
What do you mean everything?
New York Bob making the fold.
What makes it?
Chubbs making the fold this time instead of jamming all in, surprisingly. He was pretty much card dead anyway. And if he got 2-3 suited, you're at least getting 2-1 on your money. Actually, 3-1 if you count the $15, because I believe it was $60 that was in there. And so it's $65 to call, and he does make the fold on the cutoff. And Matt looking like he doesn't want to see a flop here with Queen 9. So we're going 3 ways to the flop: Queen 9, Ace 10, pocket kings. And if you're Matt, you're sitting there in your button, trying to see a flop that doesn't resemble 5-7 Jack Rainbow. Makti making the check, and Rock with the overpair now. 285 in there. Looks like he's gonna make 100. A little more than a third. Easy fold from Matt, and if you're Makti, you missed your clubs. You don't really have any draws. There's a jack out there and a 5-7. And someone just called you, so pre-flop, you're a re-raise, so you're 3-bet. So he is going to come along for the call. Doesn't improve his hand whatsoever with the Ace 10. An ace and an ace only. And so you're seeing Rock making the deck to 225 after Makti checks. You got 553, $553 in Makti's stack. Rock only 218 left after $225 bet. So Makti would be put at 3 and change after this if he does make the call. And it's almost a guarantee, like your opponent's going all in. You were the initial 3-bet pre-flop in the small blind, and the big blind just calls with kings. Makes it a clean 100 on the flop. If he does re-raise all in here, which is really his only move, is either, re-raise or fold. And he does make the fold for a decent sized pot, picking that up from Rock. Not to be confused with The Rock. Just Rock coming in, winning with kings. We got a full table here. All 9 players are sitting down. Amazing dealers here, being able to handle all this variance. They work very, very hard, almost as hard as the guy doing the commentary for the live stream, to make it enjoyable for the players here and make sure everything goes smoothly in such a high variance style game, which is what we've obviously seen tonight with those 8-10 offsuit all-ins pre-flop. Chubb's coming in with the raise with 7-6 offsuit, bumping it up to $15 here. And Matt, sitting on queens, does make the re-raise, and he's going into Queen 9 and 7-6. Makes it $60 to go. And Rock with pocket deuces in the small blind. 90% of the time, you're probably going to want to fold this hand. You're out of position. You have bottom pair, but he does decide to come along for $60. Maybe he will spike it too. Everin with ace 8 offsuit, laying it down. Chubbs, conservative fold from Chubbs with 6-7 offsuit. And now it's $45 to call with Queen 9, and it looks like he is going to call to 60. So we're going to the flop with almost $200 in the pot, 3 ways, and it's 4-8-3. So you got deuces, you missed. Queen 9 suited, you picked up a flush draw, and really a flush draw only. Queens decides to jam it all in, and are you going to go all in with that flush draw and 2 overcards? And he does call, incredibly. With the Queen 9 flush draw here. Not looking great equity-wise, 37%. You're drawing to the flush and the flush only on this kind of a board. You're not looking for any kind of runner-runner straights. Runner-runner, 2-pair wouldn't be viable, right? Because the queen is out of play. You're going up against queens. You didn't know that going in. But if you're Matt, you definitely want to see his hand, the Queen 9 going all in. I think they're running it once. And he does not get there. So Queen's taking it down. And he doesn't want to show his flush draw. That was a big whiff, big miss. And Matt picking it up. Looks like Rail might still have some chips left, right? Almost $700 of chips left. Matt's stack going up to 900 and change. And gotta love to see that when he got pocket queens. And you jam all in on that, and which was I think roughly a 2x pot size bet, and someone calls with a queen high flush draw. You want to see that all day long. And I'm sure we will. I'll be taking the over on us seeing more plays like that all night long. Obviously, I'm saying that in fun. But a lot of action here, a lot of interesting outcomes here in these kind of hands. And we got Bob coming in under the gun with a $10, looking like a $10 straddle. Wizard with King Jack suited. Gonna be surprised if he just limps in with this hand. You're out of position, you're in early position in the +1, but floating just a call. And he does instead make it, looks like 35. That's been the standard go-to for these guys when there's a $10 or even a $6 straddle out there. A little more than 3x the straddle. Rail with 35 is coming along with 7-8 off. You're noticing ace-7 folding pre-flop, and Evren on the small blind, in the small blind with Queen-Jack offsuit, and D, who has a pretty card dead with 10 deuce offsuit, folding out. Bob with the King-Jack also suited. The battle of the King-Jacks, just gonna call. King-Jack, King-Jack, Jack-Queen, and then he got Rail down there with the 7-8. 4 players going to a flop, almost $150 in the pot here. On a 4-10-8 rainbow flop. With a runner-runner flush draw possibility. The initial raisers, c-betting to 45. Getting Rail out of there. Let's see what Evren does here. You got 2 overs. You have no draws. It's kind of like a re-raise or a call to re-raise. Or a call to raise on the turn. Asking how much it is. And lays it down as if that was going to make a difference. Bob coming along for the ride, also with King-Jack. Love this call from Bob. 2 overs, no draws, and it's another 3. And if you're Bob, this is the time to raise. And instead he checks. The King-Jack is probably going to do another continuation bet, and he does for $75. If you're Bob, you might be thinking a re-raise here on such a low board, right? A 10-high board with the board pairs with 3s. The flush draw didn't get there. There is, maybe an open-ended straight draw now. Still, probably not going to get there, and he does make the laydown. So the person playing the suited King-Jacks better wins the pot, and that's Wizard. Interesting to see this kind of aggression from him. Haven't seen it recently in the stream, so good to see that. Maybe he's up a bit, breaking out of his shell, and willing to kind of take a little bit more risk on these really, really dry, static style boards with a 3-3, 4-10. Wizard, not a guy to straddle, not known to straddle, so he's keeping that pace of the no straddle up, which opens up the door for the button to straddle. Looking at Ace-Jack and the standard $15 raise. Chubbs with 3s is going to call. Got Mokhti with King-10 later position. He's going to call. He hasn't really seen much here, so. And he got a re-raise with Rock to 50 with 45 in the pot in front of you from people calling that $15 raise. Bob looking at 8-10 suited. That's been the hand to jam tonight. Let's see what he does here. He's in the big blind. And he does, in fact, just call with the the ace-jack folding. Interesting. Chubb's coming along. Mach D also coming along with king 10. And so we're going 4 ways to a flop. $218 in the pot on an 8, 9, 7 rainbow flop where 8-10 has the open-ended, but so does Mach D. So does Mach D. So a 6. Or a jack. And Mach D looking at calling this bet from the initial raiser here. He has the open-ended straight draw. So does Bob. And Bob with the mid pair and open-ended straight draw coming in. Now, if you got ace king like Rock here does, you just picked up a flush draw. You still have 2 overs. Bob looks like he's going to make the aggressive move and jams it all in. He does have the highest equity. If you're Mach D with an open-ended straight draw, no diamond, you're really stretching here for calling this much money. $322 in the middle from Bob here going all in. And $763 in the pot. He's got 428. It's effectively putting him all in. So it's really him jamming or not and trying to get Rock with the flush draw out. Let's see what Rock does here. You're seeing the equities here live, right? So he could still get an ace king or any diamond, and he does make the call. I believe this is the first hand we've seen that's with a pot got to over $1,000. I don't know if they're running it once or twice, and he gets there with the diamond. Rock with the diamond, killing Bob's cadence there with that 8-10. It was honestly the right move with 8-10 to jam. Ace king calling suited with 1 card left, very aggressive. Have not seen that kind of aggression out of Rock this whole stream. And it worked out for him now with that call into 34% equity on the river. And Bob probably sizzling there in his seat. Let's see, is he going to rebuy or is he that miffed where he's just going to get up? It looks like he left after that. Oh, maybe not. He didn't have chips on him to rebuy, and Chubb's there with the insta straddle to 10. Looking good for Chubb's. And then a $20 restraddle. Love it. Loving it. Let's see, Matt. Come in there for 40. You can do it. Yes, Matt coming in for 40. I think I heard him say it, right? No? I was hearing things that. So Matt under the gun, under the straddle. He's not going to re-raise it to 40 with king 7 off. Instead he folds. Ace 8 off coming in for 20 bucks in the hijack. And Everin and D really low VPIP this stream. Chubbs, the initial straddle for 10 with king 9 suited. And rail coming in. So we're going 3 ways to the flop here. $60 in the middle. And we got a 5, 6, 10 rainbow flop on Chubbs with king high. Rail's in the lead right now with the 8-10. Chubbs makes it 25, and interesting to see Rail fold that with some interesting outcomes there on the turn in the river. Let's see what Rock does. He's going to fold also. So Chubbs with the king high, taking it down. Folks, if you haven't seen it already, Monday at 6 p.m., Green Chip Bounty, $2,000 guaranteed tournament, $100 buy-in. late reg till 9:15 p.m. So if you get out of work at 9, hey, hustle it on over here. It'll make that last registration tier. And we're back to the action. $10 straddle coming from rail and under the gun. On Matt again with the ace-3. Looks like he's chewing on I think that is a honey bun. So don't see that too often from people out of elementary school. But we are in the RGV. And Wizard with the King Jack again, offsuit, just making the call. And I would have liked to put more pressure on going heads up, or just rather three-way to two other people that have called that $10 straddle. And instead he just limps in, and that gives Chubbs the opportunity with ace-7 to bump it up to 40. It gets the King Jack out of the way, and actually the perfect outcome for Chubbs happens where the Queen-4 suited calls. On a 4 ace-10, 2 hearts flops, Chubbs with top pair knows he's probably good here. Queen-4 does also hit a pair. He's going to make it 50 to go. The pair of 4s, no other draws out there. It's either a re-raise, trying to sniff out some weakness. Maybe he's going to try to do that on the river. See what the small blind, or rather big blind, which is Chubbs. He's going to check again. The flush gets there. And a check from rail. And he does pick it up. The top pair of aces. Interesting that it went check, check on the turn in the river. Looks like we got another player coming in here. Buying in for what looks like 900. I think it's Bob, if I'm not mistaken. New York Bob coming back in for 900. It looks like it. And it is. So after seeing his hand get cracked to Rock's flush, he's coming back in. He's more than martingaling his way back in. I think he originally buttoned for 300. Now he's in for 9. Gotta love that confidence. Matt limping in for ace-10 under the gun. And Mockty limping with 9s in the +1. Maybe he's trying to set up for some kind of a 3-bet situation if someone else comes in, or 4-bet situation if someone else comes in with the raise. And so we're actually going to go 5-6 way to a flop here with a pair of 9s out there. Interesting to see. 6 jack, 7 rainbow. That 9 looks like it's going to be pretty much dead. And Mockty looking like he still has his best hand, but it does get Everin to raise with this pair of 6s. And the 7s call. Let's see if Rail calls with the 7s. He does. Chubbs calls with the 7s, and Mockty calls. So it looks like we do have 5 players to the turn. The ace comes out, but no one has one. Got a flush draw picked up by Wizard. And it's checks to the river. With a 9, Mockty picks up the set. 8-10 gets there for a straight, which no one has. Mockty's got this one unlocked. He bets $60. Gonna get a call from the 9-7 with 2 pair. And he's gonna take it down, winning an almost $200 pot. Really interesting pre-flop action from Mockty there, just limping in $3 in that position with a pair of 9s. And super slow playing it to the river where he does it. Eventually drill a set. And if you're that 2 pair from Wizard with a 9-7, you would have been good raising here because you did have position on the button. So the check on the turn with no one else raising to you on the turn, even though there was an ace out there, you know, looking back, hindsight being 20/20, might have been the best move. because you would have picked up the 2 pair on the river anyway. Might have gotten the 9s from Bhakti, who played them very soft to fold, and you would have picked that one up. But a lot of check, you'll notice, even multi-way, a lot of checks from these guys on the turn after some kind of a flop bet, any size on the flop size bet. D pretty much running card dead with 8 deuce off. Chubbs with an 8-9 on the button, gonna bump it up to 10, and he gets one caller with rail with Jack 7. We're gonna go to a flop. They each need each other's cards to make it straight, and instead it's an ace 6 king with 2 spades out there. Neither of them pick up a piece of it, and Chubbs wins as the aggressor with rail getting out there quickly, and he was under the gun first position to make that, so he does with a 9 high. They're talking about some of the ways that hands play out.
Don't win. Let it come to me one more time at least so I can go all in. For sure,
And it looks like Everin just sat back down after getting up. Rock is out. He's going to miss his under the gun. Let's see if D picks up something. No, he's got to lay it down. New York Bob looking down at Queens. He's been seeing some hands tonight. Puts up 20 bucks. Folds all around until it gets to Matt here with a king 9 offsuit in small blind. Questionable call? Possibly. And it's going to go heads up. Small blind versus the low jack. Queens and queen 9. $43 in the pot. And we're looking at a 4-8-3 with 2 clubs. And it goes check, check, surprisingly. Now the club gets there. I don't think he had a queen of clubs. And he does. And he's going to bet 20 and quickly get Matt out of the way with that overpair. Queens winning just 40 bucks. 20 effective. Only do what you can do. Maybe you could have elicited a call from a bet on the flop. In that position, you know, if you're Matt and you have queens in the small blind and the betting was the same, maybe, meaning you were the aggressor, making it 20, maybe a bet on the flop gets a call. But if you're New York Bob there and your opponent checks, especially the small blind, just flatting pre-flop, might want to bet that flop there just to build the pot somewhat. Ace jack off coming in here with a raise to 15. Standard raise from Everin. This position under the gun. You know, ace jack off. He had ace queen off. Kind of did his similar $35 bet earlier. And you're going to get a lot of people calling at this table when, as of right now, you have the best hand. Especially under the gun. Where you know 15 is the standard raise. 2 king 8 with 2 hearts out there. Everin's still with the best hand. He's gonna make it 25. Bob is folding the 9-10, and Jack 10 with the inside straight draw folds. And Everin takes it down with ace high. So, kudos to Everin, taking it down with ace high on, I believe it was a 5 ways to the flop hand. And that button just keeps on building, that stack keeps on building here. He's got a $10 button straddle here from Bhakti. And they're talking about it right now. Looks like there might be close to $100 on that button. We'll see in a second. Looks like 80 bucks on there. 3 greens and a red. It's on Rock in the small blind. Again, these really, you're essentially betting that 7 other people in front of you, not including the button. So 8, if you include the button, will not raise or on that you just calling. And then what are you realistically going to call with 6-4? Are you going to get a pass with 6-4 and pick up what? First to act. Chubbs with the 7-5, just calling. So it's on Mockdy with an option, and he just checks. So 5 ways to the flop, $53 in there, and a lot of calling. 4-5 deuce rainbow. It's just interesting to see when people choose, with the ace-10 off to call. So the 6-4 picks up a pair of 4s, picks up the inside straight draw with the 3 or an ace. Then a 10 of clubs comes on the turn, put in a flush draw out there. 3-6 is the straight, or ace-3 is the straight. And the bet here actually gets the best hand out, which was the 7-5. So 9-4, both playing with a pair of 4s. Rail makes the call here with the better kicker. But he does not have the same straight draw. A 3, nope. Rail's going to take this one down with the 4s, 9 high, and Rock comes out firing with $100. Rail is not buying it. He's thinking about it right now. Calling with the pair of 4s is kind of the pseudo hero call. Really, it would be, yeah. You do have an opponent here that has a pair, but it is an aggressive call for $100 on that kind of a, and he does make the correct call. Incredible, yeah. The 9 high plays. Rock tried his best with the betting action there. But again, that pre-flop call, see how it, being in that position kind of burned him, right? You got the 6-4, you're betting every street, and it's just not believable because of your pre-flop action just slipping in with that. So, a really incredible call from Rail. First time I've seen him on the stream, and making a decent amount of money, over almost $200 on that hand with all the action that was in there every street. Rock, however, still up after getting that ace-king flush to work out with those diamonds versus New York Bob, who now picks up ace-9 offsuit under the gun. Looks like he's thinking about something. Almost an out-of-fold turn from Chubbs. And he does, again, just limping in under the gun. You're betting that
You just saved it for me. That's
you get called all the way around. I don't like it. But I'm the guy commenting, so take that with a grain of salt. Chubbs coming in. It's a limp pot still. Rails calls with the low jack, king 10. Let's see what Rock does here on the button. Just calls 3. And Evren with 8-5. Let's see, D, does he actually pick up a hand? No, he doesn't. So we have 6 ways to the flop. I guess they're playing, maybe they can hit the bad beat jackpot somehow. If I looked it in like this, I don't know. 6 deuce 7 rainbow. Everyone's got to kind of like what he sees. The open-ended straight draw, 8-5. No hearts out there for anybody. And we got to bet $15 from Chubbs with 10 high and an inside straight draw. A 9 and a 9 only, but New York Bob's got that 9. And A re-raise from Chubbs. Got to appreciate that. Everyone's been playing some decent poker now. 85 to call. And Chubbs goes all in with 10 high, and it gets a call from the open-ended straight draw. Chubbs is actually in the lead here. Incredible action. An inside straight draw and 10 high versus an open-ended straight draw. And an 8 gets there, but the 10 does play, yeah. Incredible call. They're essentially playing flips at this point. It was a great play from Everin, and I am shocked that he got that call, but nice pot for Chubbs to pick up. And you got to be able to take those kind of hits. This is the standard action that you're going to see down here at TCH RGV. And if you'll notice, this is why I'm commenting on that kind of pre-flop limp game, which especially when you're small blind, whether it's just pre-flop limp game, calling a straddle, limping in with $3 in this case, the big blind, usually, rarely if ever actually works out, and that was the case for Everin right there. Wizard under the gun. Haven't seen him straddle. Going to assume we're not going to see him straddle. And Wizard picks up 8-6 suited. Let's see what he does here with this. He's just going to limp. Trying to get to the flop cheaply is what I see there. And it's someone in later position with anything. I'm going to be trying to get that guy out. I'm looking at 20 to 25 minimum. Instead, we see Rail with pocket nines, make it at 15. Matt calling with queen 10. And D this time picking up 7-8 in the small blind. And he's actually going to come in for 15. New York Bob calling. No, he's actually out. And Wizard originally limps, and now he's got to call 15 because he's getting 4-1 on his money with 8-6 suited. Let's see what a flop. It's 10-10 king. Matt picking up trip 10s. 10-10 king, 2 clubs. And you got to love to see that with a pair of 9s and $25 being bet into you. And the 8-6 with 8 high, he's going to get out of there. 9s and queen 10, so trips versus the under pair. He gets, and it goes check, check. And Matt's got the full house. And he's going to bet 50. Rail thinking about it. He's got the under pair to the board. And Matt shows a full house. Boat. Queen 10 for a nice little pot for Matt. Wins $88 at 1-3. What's a good, if you're thinking to yourself, okay, on the normal 1-3 table anywhere else in the world other than TCH Edinburg, what's a good profit rate per hour? Like what should I be looking at per hour, right? So these kind of boards that we've seen, a lot of them have been paired with the flush draw, but generally speaking, what's a good hourly rate? Typically the rule of thumb anywhere you go, you're going to hear is if you're making 10 times the big blind minimum per hour, whether it's a 5, 6, 8, 10 hour session, that's usually a good rule of thumb. You can kind of adjust that based on the variance or the volatility, just like in the stock market, right? How you think how options, a lot of the ways options are priced is through implied volatility. That's a mature concept in the stock market of how to price option premiums, right? Where are options priced, low, high, etc. Stocks with very high implied volatility, the options are a lot more expensive. Low implied volatility, options are cheaper. You can kind of think the same way in poker. you know, if you're in like Mohegan Sun in Connecticut at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday, probably going to be a low implied volatility game. So 10x big blind per hour at 1.3, 30 bucks an hour is probably pretty good. Something high volatility, high variance here, talking about that here, I would say 20x an hour is reasonable because again, you have to factor in the variance that you're going to be exposed to. And by the way, this is Dave Hockman with this, I know, stellar commentary for the people that are watching right now. Pay attention. We got New York Bob coming in, just calling with King Queen offsuit in the small blind. Again, you got Wizard now with the incentive to limp with 25 with Jack 4. And the initial Razor Mockty with King Jack is thinking, man, I should have made it more money. 5 ways to the flop on a 10-8-4 rainbow. And a pair of 4s getting there. Those checks around. Now we got a straight draw for 2 of the guys. They both need one of each other's cards to complete their straights. And incredibly, the 4s are still good. And it's going all the way to Mockty here. The initial razor, 5 ways to the river, checking it all the way. And he gets there with the queen. King Jack making the straight. Pair of 4s now. It's going to solicit a bet. See what he makes it. So I guess it might have been a good strategy if that was your plan on getting the guy with a pair of 4s to bet 35 on the river. And you make your straight, you make your runner straight. If you're Mockty, obviously you got to raise it up. What are you going to do here? You're going to make it something to elicit a bluff. Quick 100 on top. Going to get the pocket 4s out of there. New York Bob's got to get out of there first with King High on a 10 Ace Queen 8-4 board. Let's see where Bob is going to go with this. If maybe he's going to try to get the bluff in. Thinking about it here. He's going into the tank. He's got the Unabomber outfit on, glasses and a hoodie. Probably the same age. He is going to go for the bluff at the absolute worst time. Mockty was the initial razor pre-flop. It is possible that he has some King Jack combos. And Mockty going to take it down. Wins $300 on that one. So the raise to re-raise 100 on top actually worked. If you're Bob, you're thinking like, what would he re-raise with that I could re-raise on top of for 4-bet to get him to fold? And that strategy didn't work here because King Jack combo definitely got there on the river, right? And that could have been one of his holdings. You might even get a call from an ace queen, from any ace holding really at that point. The way the action went, I mean, it checked down all the way to the river, other than a small $35 bet from Wizard who had checked it on the first 2 streets. And so we're going to the next hand. Got rail under the gun. With a 10-7 off. And he's going to come in, limping in, again, under the gun. Why? Mockty with ace-9 off. Another limp in. This pre-flop action is incredible. Ace-7 suited, limping in. So ace-rag, limp. New York Bob on the button. Just going to call, and Chubbs with the ace-6 is going to check it. So we are now 6 ways to the flop. I'm sorry, 8 ways to the flop. On a 5-3 king rainbow. Pair of kings for Wizard. Some draws out there for Matt. 4 gives him this runner, right? Bob looks like he's out. And he got D, who hasn't played really much, with an inside straight draw. So Bob and D coming along for the ride. 3 players to the turn. And it is a deuce. King 7, still top pair. Making it 75 to go. A lot more expensive for the ace deuce holding. You picked up a 2. Your outs are ace deuce 4. And you're going to lay it down. And Bob here is going to make the call. 75 for the pair of 5s. Up against King 7. He's in position. It's a jack. You got the pair of kings. Still probably looking good here. You've been getting called every street by the button. So he's going to bet again 60. Bob coming over the top here would probably get a call from Wizard. I would venture the guess. So, and he raises, and it's an instant call, like I said. And I'm seeing the action live with you guys, by the way. And Wizard is going to take it down. Bob. Oh, looks like Bob is taking it down. Okay.
It's already been 2 crazy hands.
There must have been an error on the way the cards were read. Maybe the action when he raised and Wizard folded there. So Bob does end up taking that hand down with his pair of 5s. The jack 5, rather. Yeah, the 2 pair. And we're back. Yeah, I know I made a mistake the last hand with that. He did have 2 pair, jack 5. So Bob does take it down. And it looks like Wizard did make the call after the adjustment to his stack. Big adjustment down on Wizard's stack. He's right around break even. He's got his action figure there helping him out. I don't know if he brings that action figure with him everywhere. I would hope so. If you bring it here, you should bring it out everywhere in public with you. Mokhti looking down at Queen Deuce off. And looks like he's going to come in on the +1 with the limp again. So Torito with the King 9 off coming in as well. And Bob looks like he's going to be the first one to take initiative in this hand at only $15. With 2 other callers behind you, I'm not in love with that, but a re-raise with Ace-King off from Wizard. It's got to spice things up a bit. Torito with King 9 lays it down, and it's up to Bob to make this call. And he does. So we got heads up to the flop. 2 players, $40 each, 80 in the pot. And it's a 7-9 jack. New York Bob pick it up 2 pair, checks it. Wizard checks behind. The club gets there. You got a 1 card straight there with a 10. Ace King, big whiff, and they both check. And Bob gets the full house on the river. Is he going to? He does. He makes it big. Looks like 100. Yeah, over bet. If you have Ace King, you didn't get that club maybe you were looking for. Are you thinking he's just trying to take it down? Possibly. Bob's got back up 1,000 effective. Let's see what Wizard is going to do here. And it looks like he makes the call with Ace-King high. He's going to get the bad news that Bob actually has the full house. So 2 hands in a row, these guys go battling. And Wizard is just not getting there. And if you're just tuning in, welcome, folks, to Edinburg, Texas Card House. Be sure to comment, like, subscribe, and share for action that you literally cannot get anywhere else in the world. And I've played everywhere. A very high variance game. So as I was saying before, you know, a good hourly is typical 10x the big blind. So in this case, $30 an hour on your quote-unquote average variance game, right? In this case, in a very high variance game, as we've seen, where people are going to shove all in pre-flop with 8-10, 9-10 suited, etc., you want to kind of incrementally bump that up. And so we've seen, guys, a lot of calls on the flop with 10 high. And so maybe a good adjustment, you could say, is to make your pre-flop bets bigger, like D just did. So he makes it 50 with a $10, I believe, calling the straddle in front of him from Rock. Let's see what Rail does here with 9-5. He actually makes the call on the cutoff, or on, yeah, the small blind calling with 9-5 offsuit. Really interesting call from Rail. And Matt with ace-8 suited folds. Mach D looking at queen-6 folds. Let's see what Rock does here with king-6 suited. And he's just going to call. So we're going three ways to the flop here. King-6, jacks, and 9-5. You can see the kind of variance that I'm talking about. That kind of increased implied volatility. Going to want to make your bet sizing a little higher, in my opinion. Flop coming jack 4 queen. So D is flopping a set of jacks, and he's going to check it down. 6 of clubs on the turn. So maybe there's some open-ended straight draws here. Rock picks up a pair of sixes. He's coming out with a 50. If you're D, the temptation with $196 left in your stack when you're looking at 213 in front of you is to probably jam. And he does exactly that. And he's going to probably get a fold from Rock here with just a pair of sixes. It would be, yeah. And that's the play. You know, you can look it up yourself if you're into GTO, solvers, etc. But someone with that kind of bet sizing on that turn, you know, you got 2 flush draws out there. You got possibly two open-ended straight draws, but you do have a set. So maybe just the call with the plan to raise all in on the river. Again, you're exposing yourself to some of those flush draw elements and straight draw elements. But other than that, that was the only move he really had, right? Because after that call, just calling 50 would have had only $140 left. So we'll see what happens throughout the night. What, if any, adjustments some of these players make? And again, D's now, he's going to come in with this limp on ace-6 offsuit in the +2 position. Not the worst play. If you're just betting that you can get to the flop for free. But that's what we're looking at here from a lot of these guys. Is trying to get to the flop for free, pretty much. And it's had mixed results. 8-8 queen on this one. $48 in there and checks all the way around. So interesting checks. Checks around again. He picked up the pair of 5s, which are good. He's going to check it to New York Bob. Checks all the way around. The 5s are going to be good here. So if New York Bob, you're in position, you're the initial raiser, you get 2 calls from the small blind and the big blind, and you checked it all the way down so that the big blind just won money that, for all intents and purposes, could have been yours and should have been yours, in my opinion. I know that might be a little controversial, but in my opinion. And this is a really static board, right? 8-8 queen on the flop. And so any bets and you're not drawing to anything. You're drawing to a king or a jack maybe at best. So not a great, you're not really drawing to anything substantial. So probably a good idea to bet something like that on a static board, because you'll know pretty quickly where you're at, rather than letting the pair of fives get there. You can see no one has won the button, so we should be over $100 at this point. Looks like Torito's under the gun first to act. He's going to lay the Jack-6 offsuit down. Some small stack sizes coming in. Look like they're coming in for the minimum, $300. Commenting 1-3 live here, Texas Card House, Edinburg. Here we go. We got the Jack-5 and Jacks. I've got the 7-5 and 7-6 coming in. Matt just calling 15 on the button with Ace-Queen off. I guess just wants to allow as many people as possible to come in while you have the best hand. And we see an 8-6 queen. So a pair of sixes get there. Got an open-ended straight draw from New York Bob. Now Matt's going to come out betting 20. Probably going to get at least a call, if not a raise, from New York Bob. And he does. Chubbs is out. Looking for a 9 or a 4. Another queen for Matt. Maybe a small bet. Maybe someone looking for their flush draw that hasn't gotten there yet. He bets 75, way too big. And he is going to elicit the fold instead. Holding the ace of spades in his hand when the spade draw is out there as well. Which means if the spade draw does come, possibly put some pressure on any two spade holdings. But really static board so far, a lot of multi-way pots. Looks like Matti is going to come in with the $10 button straddle here. Maybe it might make things a little more interesting. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. First action's going to be on Rock. He does make a call with ace-10 suited in the small blind first to act, which is a hand a lot of folks might even fold without being exposed first to act with the button straddle. D, again, just making a call with $10, hoping to drill a set for cheap when you have like 5 other people behind you. And now we get a raise from Wizard with 10 jack suited versus Matt looking at ace-king offsuit. And he's just going to make the call on the cutoff. Matti with 10-3 now is getting a decent price, but he does fold. And pocket fives are going to call for only $15 more, it looks like. So we're going 4 ways to a flop, $100 in there. Matti looking for a 5. It's 4-3-3. Pocket fives are actually good. Not sure about the check. Matt, initial raiser, and he's gonna check all the way around. Here we go to the turn. It is a jack. Hearts. Puts a heart draw out there. Wizard picks up the best hand now with a pair of 10s. Rock makes it 15, interestingly enough. Into an $80 plus pot. And it's going to elicit just, a raise to 30. Just a min raise from Wizard to 30. And Matt's got a decision. You had the best hand until the turn. Or, well, unless you count the pair of fives, but I consider that dead money. And you're going to call 30 now. Rock calling 30. Ace-10 offsuit. And now D's got a decision. What do you want to do with fives? And he's going to come along as well. Just a pair of fives. So Wizard looking to take it down. And he gets a queen. It doesn't improve the holdings of any of the other players out there. Gives him the check mark. The fives are going to check again. And he's going to come out maybe with like an $80 or $75 bet. It's 233 in the pot. Coming in looks like 60. It's 50. It's on Matt with ace king. Your ace high isn't good, but you might be able to move this guy off the center with a big enough raise, the way the action went. D's probably going to fold here, pair of fives, and 2 overs that he let get there, but that's okay. Jack 10 of diamonds takes it down. Real soft play from guys in position, and this is what you pay when you play that way. You're in position, you're the initial raiser pre-flop, you got ace king off, you got pocket fives, etc. But that ace king play by Matt, who's made some good plays so far on the stream, that's why he's up, costing him this hand. High volatile table. Definitely gotta kind of be open to broader variance, wider pre-flop ranges, and probably a good idea to be open to higher pre-flop bets, especially given the limping kind of style of a lot of these players pre-flop here. Try to see 6-4, 5-8, 7-8, 7-9 suited, a lot of ace rag offsuit, or a lot of ace rag suited coming in pre-flop. You want all those hands to pay and take position, take dominance, and start crushing it. We haven't really seen anybody step up to the plate yet. Chubb's coming in with king 8. 15 is the standard raise. It's almost like part of a textbook these guys have all read before they jumped on the stream here. And so we're seeing king 8, 9-8, ace 10. Surprised that the 8-10 didn't come in. We're looking 3 ways to the flop, $45. I have to keep talking constantly because the table talk has been atrocious. That's okay. We're in the valley, so we're going to a flop. Queen, king, 4. So you got an inside straight draw with the ace 10. You got top pair, Chubbs, first to act. You got about 20 into, I think, 49. You get the 8-9 to fold. Matt, you got a jack and a jack or an ace. And he's gonna come along here.
In other words, they'll suck you like, what's the 5? And then like 3 hands later, somebody
Got heads up to the turn. Another 4. So the kings are still good. Probably don't think Matt has 4, or maybe Matt has a flush draw, or maybe a straight draw. So it's $50 to Matt. It looks like he's going to lay it down, and the kings top pair take it. And he's winning $64 on this hand.
Into 25,000 playing poker, Texas Card House is proud to present the $100,000 Guaranteed Valley Poker Open from July 25th to August 5th. $200 buy-in. Day 2 on August 5th with the final table streamed worldwide. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com.
And we're back. If you were looking for your regular scheduled programming of America's Least Wanted, we're interrupting that to bring you live at Texas Card House, Edinburg. We got 9 players here vying over a 1-3 no limit game. We got, I think, 1 or 2 that have actually been able to get above the $1,000 threshold with some help, some major help from buy-ins ranging from $300 to $900, rebuys at the $900 level. So we have seen that. We're looking at Chubbs limping in with the 3-4 suited. Rail coming in as well with a king 7 suited, and he actually raises it to 18, so 15 on top. Bhakti with the 5-3 coming out, and now we're getting to the cutoff. So these are the later position players. Looks like he's going to raise it up with jacks to 45. after a raise to 18. My opinion, not even orbiting enough of a raise. You got 18 in there. 60 plus is where I'm comfortable with jacks in that position, because you're going to get a call from a king 7, and he could spike a 7 on, or he could spike a king rather on you easily with jack. So we're going to go to a flop. A lot of people had it spades pre-flop, so I'll take the under on a spade flush coming out. I'll even take the under on 2 spades coming out on this board. But let's see what happens. Comes out 6-8 ace. King 7 does not get there. Bets 50. Thinking about a call from rail here. Bets 50 into 90, so a little more than half pot. Screams kind of desperation. There's no flush draw, and there's only an open-ended straight draw if you have like 7-9, which no one is really going to have with that action pre-flop. But he does take it down. I'm saying it screams desperation in the sense that I don't have an ace, but I want to see if you do or if I should go out. Because if you bet big enough there, you're probably going to get those, 10s, jacks, queens, probably not kings, but at least like the 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe queen holdings to fold with a big enough bet, a check raise or a bigger raise there. Because it looks like Rock had position on rail. So if rail, the check raise would have been a perfect play in a big one. Probably getting those pair of jacks to fold. Unlikely that guy's going to bet aces, a pair of aces, a set of aces there. So worth the shot. I believe the solver says that's worth a shot most of the time. You can see where C betting has gotten people. Not much. You got 4-5 suited coming in with his straddle, calling it. And now we got D with his first real hand of the night, a pair of queens. Let's see how he plays this on the button and just makes it 35. So if I'm in this game and I'm playing deep stack like Bob is, I'm calling $35 at 6-7, even out of position all day long. I can't fault him for it. Rock's going to probably come in as well with a pair of, with the 4-5 suited. So we got 3 ways to a flop. We got 5 clubs in there, just in the players' holdings, and it's 3-4-7. 3-4-7. You got Bob with top pair. He's going to check. And now Rock has an open-ended straight draw that he could connect with, and you have queens. And so he's making it 50, and you're just calling the 50 with the overpair. If you're worried about the flush draw, you probably want to re-raise. Because now Bob is also going to come in with what he thinks is top pair at the 7, and he could get a 5 to drill a straight as well. And that's exactly what happens on the turn. We get a 6, but it is a 6 spades. No one's got spades. So 2 pair for Bob. Rock's got the straight now to the 7. And if you have queens, now your queens, you can see here, are only 2% favorite to a 150 bet in front of you when you had the overpair. Rock is not going to go anywhere with this. I think the way he plays, he's calling any all-in. We're talking about another card club here on the stream. You got a decision to make if you're D, because you didn't play this right, and now you're in front of a big bet that's more than half your stack at $261. So if you're calling, a queen is not good. You need a 5 on the board so that the board is a straight, and that's how you chop. That's how you get any equity, by the way. If you're seeing that 2%, that's how he's getting equity. So really what you need to do is fold and just admit defeat, that you got 2 guys calling that have played very loose, and he's making the absolute worst play possible, which is going all in. Now, but I will say, if you're Rock or Bob, you might think he got there, by just calling, and instead Bob is actually going to look like he's going to call or push all in himself. This is that high variance, so he is going to call the all in. Bob is has a little bit higher equity because he needs a 6 or a 7 to make his full house. And if you're a rock, you're thinking to yourself, is a straight good at this point? If you're queens, you know you're not good anymore, right? But if you're a rock, what are you going to do here? And it looks like rock might just call from the way the action is playing out. And that is what he does. So rock makes the call for $84 more. And it goes to a 5 on the river. It's going to be a chop. That is incredible. Checks around. Unbelievable card for D here. Played his queens horrifically and gets rewarded.
I told you good luck. Hey.
Yeah. So, some painful mistakes for Rockby. There's nothing really I can say about Bob's play. He's just calling there. Again, his outs were a 6, 7, 5, and he got one of them there. Sure enough, comes out. And if you're rock, you're thinking, man, there's not much you could have done there because that all in, you bet 150. You get it all in. That's exactly what you want to see. But calling Bob, more aggression after Bob just calls, there's a likelihood of him having a flush. There's possibly another flush out there. The way the pre-flop action and flop action was, might have been better to go all in. Now, maybe best case scenario, he folds his top 2 pair to your straight, knowing that someone's got one card straight out there, and he's only drawing to a 6 or a 7 because of the way the stack sizes are. Rock with 1.2 and Bob with 1.2 maybe get him to fold, but obviously that's not how it plays out. So that's a very dynamic board. 4-7-3, and the queens,
Does that mean that he wins?
they all chop their money. None of them really make any money, right? They each win $7 showing. So if you had queens, again, the play was go big on that flop. You don't have a spade. 5-6, yes, they literally just flop the straight, but you don't want any other cards like a 6 of spades to come out. That could essentially make your queens draw dead at any river. So that's how we're playing here tonight at Texas Card House, Edinburg. Thanks for tuning in. Great to see all the viewers in here. We're going to get the chat turned on one of these days, I hope, so I can interact with you guys and y'all can send in your questions, comments, feedback on the gameplay or just even my commentary. It's all welcome. And we're off to the next hand.
What do you call on the river if I didn't get there? We have 2 pair and I bet 400 to call. So, no, let it go. What value bet?
Still playing 1-3. And you'll notice the inconsistencies here in the straddles, right? We got this game. It's a 1-3 game, relatively deep stacks. And we have not seen a consistent kind of cadence, a consistent pace of straddling. And I think that's kind of indicative of, what's going on behind the scenes with some of these guys, right? The way they look at the game, the way they play in the game, etc. So when you're out there, be cognizant of that. It's on Bob with Jack-9 off, 20 to call. He makes the call. Initial raiser was Mach D with 10-7 suited. Again, high variance game, high volatility game, and it looks like we're going to go 5-way calls for 20 to the flop. So you got $100 in the flop. We're not playing pinochle, we're playing 1-3 no limit poker in the Rio Grande Valley. And it's 9-3-5 rainbow. 8-6 picks up an up and down straight draw. 10-7's got that inside. And Torito checks with the set to Bob's top pair, and he's going in with $75 here. 3/4 pop size bet. If you're rail, you got runner to think about, and he's not looking for it. He's got that 7 that he would need to make a straight. And let's see what Torito does. And he's gonna go just jams all in. Not a terrible idea. You got mid set on this board. It's rainbow, so there's no possibility of anybody getting flush unless it's runner right now. You're probably not worried about a set of 9s. You're probably not worried about an overpair that could hit a set. And so it's $250 more for Bob to call. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. You got the over or the under on Bob calling this? For some reason, I'm taking the over on this guy. The way he's been playing tonight. I got the over on Bob calling this. I don't know what you guys. Pricing it, theoretically, pricing it 2.5, 3 to 1. Let's see what's going on here. They're making a side bet for $20, and you can see they're struggling to get a $20 side bet going on the rail. And Bob does make the fold correctly. And Torito thinking maybe I could have sucked a little more money out. So his set works out. He wins $159. I think he bought in for $300, which might be a big size for this guy. Looks like a rodeo type of guy, ranchero. Slam back, 5, 6, or 20 Modelos on the ranch and, shoot a rifle at something. Hopefully that's not a person. But he just joined us recently, and that's, I believe, the first hand that he has won. So nice little size on that one. A little $150 win for Torito, bringing his stack up to the $400 plus club. Biggest stacks here still. Looking at Nat, Rail, and Rock. Wizard was up for a little while, took some hits, and New York Bob, can't forget about him. So Nat's under the gun, and he limps again with an ace rag offsuit. Kind of a standard play. We'll probably call 15. We'll probably call 20. So if you're looking at that, you got to be cognizant of what people are going to call. You don't have an ace in your hand. You're looking at 10 Jack, Jack Queen, King Jack. These type of holdings suited, you might want to bump it up a little more. So I like the bet sizing here to 18. 4-5 suited, late in position. You get a call from Chubbs at 10-7 off. Again, probably going to see, so 6-3, and probably going to see Matt limp. Yep, it's only 15 more. And if you're Bob, you're in the cutoff, and you're the one that kind of got the good deal here, right? So you're going 4 to the flop with almost $60 in the pot, and you got 4-5 suited on a 3-5-8 2-heart flop here. So Bob, the initial raiser, does connect. Chubbs, air, bets 40, thinking that people are maybe calling with overs, but a 6-3 now. He's gonna call. And we will probably see a call from Bob as well, and we do. So we're going to a turn. And it's a 7. Given Chubbs top pair. Is it good though? He thinks it is. It's coming out firing for $100. And the 6-3 is coming along for the ride as well, as he's got that open-ended straight draw. And I see 6-3 offsuit. Maybe he's got that 3 of hearts somehow. Well, that would be impossible. So he's just calling with the pair, and now he's got the open-ended straight draw. 4 or a 9 give him a straight, and Bob's getting out of there quick. So heads up to the flop, almost $400 in the pot here. And we're going to see an ace on the river. 3's no good. Chubbs, pair of 7s. And it goes check, check, with Chubbs winning with a pair of 7s there. And Chubb's kind of playing very, very high variance poker. Seen him fold at times. And he is going to pick up that button win to really juice the return of that win on that pot. Wow. Almost doubles it. So big win for Chubbs. Kind of gave up on the river with that check. Might have been an opportunity to pick it up if Rail really went large there, but because a lot got there with that ace, right? Even prior to that, there's some straights out there, and with that ace coming out there, and now that 2-5. So here we go. We're going to the next hand. $10 on straddle, under the gun straddle by Magdi. $10. First act on Rock. Not going to come in. 5-4. Bob playing almost anything. Let's see. He's in the hijack. He's going to lay it down. Wizard with Jack Queen. Looks like he's just going to limp on this. Oh, he's going to bump it up. He's playing position. Makes it 25, so almost a guarantee. And then now we got Chubbs with Ace King offsuit. Matt looking at Queen 4 rally, Queen Ace 8. And it's a fold all around very quickly here. So he picks up a quick $39, and it is on to the next hand. Folks, be sure to leave your questions, comments, any feedback at all in the chat. Love interacting with you guys. Excellent staff here on the live stream at Texas Card House, all professionals. And it's been a pretty exciting game so far. So we've seen some of these guys scale back their aggression a little bit, scaling back kind of some of the volatility of the game slightly, not seeing any 9-10 or 8-10 offsuit calls anymore.
Like, I want to go eat with Rox and Daniel, like yesterday.
And now we got a $10 under the gun straddle by Rock. So it's really that side of the table that's consistently doing it. Definitely make the suggestion here that it become mandatory, right? On a 1-3 game playing this deep. You got a Queen 4 suited here that tried to limp and then just came in for 10. Again, it's, interesting how those dynamic works out. It was worth 3. It could also be worth 10. He is in the hijack. Rails on the button with ace 7. He's just going to call. Now Magdi picking up ace deuce suited in the small blind. He's coming in big. There we go. Maybe we got some guys waking up here to what's going on. Queen 7 suited. Looks like he's going to come along for the ride. It's $35 more. It's a $45 hand if there ever was one. He's in the big blind. He's got position on the initial raiser. And the 2 callers are going to fold. So that was a decent play from Rock. Got his position. And we're going to a 6 Jack 8 suited diamond flop. Doesn't get there for anybody. Check, check. Now a queen on the turn. Got that Queen 7 now, picking up top pair. The runner straight draw is no longer in play for him. And Magdi has a decision. You whiff the flop, you miss the flop. You're betting 35 into 150. It goes call, call. The only draw really was that diamond draw. That didn't get there. So a 6 comes when your opponent actually hit his top pair. He's not going anywhere. Rock probably going to bet something here. He does. And he bets 50. Magdi has a decision to make. Does he want to try to take this one down? Looks like he's got 697 in his stack in front of him. Rock's got 1K. It's 280, and he just makes the call with the ace high. Interesting call. So Rock's gonna pretty easily take this one down. $161 net to him. He's happy for it. He's a better person for it. And a confusing call on Mahdi's part, thinking that maybe that ace deuce, with the way the pre-flop action worked out, just calling could have been good. Because if you're sensing that much weakness in your opponent on that kind of a price for a bet, probably a good chance he's got at minimum a pair. And if you're thinking ace high might be good at all, bump it up a level or 5. Turn that into a what could be, if you thought ace high was good, a semi bluff. You're in position. You're not in position. You're coming back on a check raise on the river on a relatively static board where none of the straights got there, none of the flushes got there, and the board pairs, and it's pretty unlikely that your opponent has a 6. So coming in under the gun, Torito with King Jack, limping in. I can't stand the under the gun limps, ever. Like, why? It's just think about it just logically. It's a bad bet. You're betting that 8 other people in front of you are going to do what? Okay, probably high probability. At least one of them is going to raise. Now you're out of position calling a raise with anything, basically. So we're going to a flop King Jack Ace 3, and one other person coming in 3 ways. And the ace gets there in a big way. 4 ace ace on the flop. Chubbs picks up trips. He's going to bet it. Looks like 20. Probably going to get into the fold from both people here. Mahdi with the flush draw does decide to come along. Doesn't get there on the turn. Has position. He makes it 50. Chubbs makes it 50 here. Mahdi might come along. Nope. He's going to fold. Chubbs gets there with these trip aces. And it's going to be Mahdi's button now. So, again, kind of grinding here at different chip stack sizes now for the last couple of hands. Seeing a lot of people trying to get in for cheap, a lot of limps. $15 has been almost the de facto raise of choice pre-flop in terms of opening raise, when there's not, even when there is, like, say, for example, a $10 button straddle, a lot of guys just still, they got that $15 just ingrained in their head, making it 25. Very rare, very, very rare to see go more than that from the initial opening raiser. So 15 is the standard. You can kind of open up some dynamic possibilities here, going 50 pre-flop if you want to get that aggressive, especially if you're in position. Some guys just limping in or just calling the 10, making it $60, $70, right? Make it expensive for these guys that are limping in with like these quasi-suited connectors, these gap-connected hands, or these ace-rag offsuit or ace-rag suited hands. Make him pay up for it. Make him sweat a little bit. So Mahdi's going to come in on a bet for $25 on the button. He's going to run into ace-jack suited from Rock here, but he is in the small blind. So he just calls. Don't love the call. And you're getting 2 more instant callers here with the king 7 ace 9. So again, you got this wide range of like the king rag, the ace rag, and it's 10 8 ace with 2 spades. So now that king 7 has a really, really big incentive to come along here. So Rock's top pair, you can see the equity is 37%. And it looks like, yes, that $40 bet was not enough to get the nut flush draw and fold. Matt even thinking about coming along. He does. And Mahdi, the initial raiser, he is also coming along for 40. So we have 4 players again to the turn. Bumps up the pot to 260 and change. And it's the 6 of hearts. So the spade draw doesn't get there. Mahdi now can get a 9 to make a straight, which Matt has. Matt can get a 7 to get a straight, which Mahdi has. So does rail. And so aces are good. But aces checked. Mahdi coming out with a big bet here into top pair. He's coming out $180 to call. It's almost half pot. Rock's got to think about this. That check on the turn is what killed him. Oh, brutal fold. What was out there that scared him, you know? I think a straight got there with a 6. Someone had 9-7. Possibly. So rail is still going to come along here because he's got the nut flush draw. And he think he might have a live 9, actually. Matt takes one of them out for him if he wanted to get there for a straight draw. And so he's coming along and just a call for 180. He's got, looks like, no, the stack size behind him is wrong. He's definitely got more than 145. So it looks like he's got 2 and change behind him, Matt. I think he's got some greens, so that's why we're seeing that 872. But yeah, rails definitely has more than 145 there. Matt, thinking about ace 9. He's also got top pair, which is actually good because the better ace folded. If you're Matt, why call? Your one decision is to essentially jam all in, get rid of the draws. And if you're up against the draw, okay, fine. But it's probably unlikely given the action. So he does just make the call here with the best hand into the river. Mahdi's got to be sweating a little bit here. He did pick up the flush draw as well. So we'll see what we got on the river here. And it is a 5. So he's got a spades get there. 5 of spades, but he checks it, and he's kicking himself for checking it, obviously. He makes the call on the turn and picks up a nice 500 and change profit pot for himself, which in hindsight would have been good to bet anything. Only a pair of 8s and aces in front of you. So lessons being learned on the live stream for guys that want to rewatch it. You know, like I was saying before, on that typical, like, what is the profit metric to kind of correlate the standard to when you're playing in any cash game? General rule of thumb, minimum 10x the hourly big blind. And the more volatile the game, you can kind of incrementally move that up. You know, a very stale, like, static game, and I always want to compare, like, you know, 10 a.m. on a Tuesday in September at Mohegan Sun, right? At their 1-2 game or 1-3 game. You know, I think any Texas Card House room, at least a lot of the ones that I've been in, even if you go at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. or any time in between those two, you're going to encounter a lot more action and a lot more volatility. It comes at a price. Obviously, you know, you got to kind of reprice hands that way. However, you can incrementally kind of move up your hourly rate, in my opinion, from here. Down here, what is this? So the question that remains, what's a good hourly rate down here? It depends. How much time do you have and how many buy-ins do you have? You know, I think honestly a good hourly rate down here for players, maybe some of the better players, could be as high as like 30x the small blind. I really, really do. So a $90 an hour, maybe approaching $100 an hour. It is possible certain days for sure. You see those sun runs, people buying in for $100, $200, $300, running it up to $1,500, sometimes $2,000 plus down here. That is not an uncommon sight, believe it or not. And you can kind of see why on this stream, right? For final hour, Texas Card House, Edinburg. A little redundant to say Texas Card House, Edinburg, Texas. But here we are, a quick 4-hour drive south of Austin and an even quicker 4-hour drive, 3.5-hour drive rather, from San Antonio. I can promise you, you will never encounter any traffic from San Antonio to Edinburg. That's my personal guarantee to you. And if you do, you'll get 100 Dave Hockman commentary points waiting for you when you get here, as long as you buy in for a minimum of $1,000 at 1-3. So here we go. Next hand. We got it looks like the limp coming in again from Wizard under the gun. Or it says Chubbs is under the gun here. So maybe we got to sort that out real quick. Because we know Matt is calling 3. There we go. Okay. Looks like they're talking about some irrelevant hand on that end. And New York Bob raising it to 25. Seeing a lot of limping there. He is in the small blind. So it's an interesting kind of like, do you want to steal 15 bucks? Apparently. Mocked with 7-3 of hearts. Thinking about it, he does make the call. And D with King Queen, the best hand, is just going to call on the button. Again, questionable kind of just call the $3 and then just call in the 25 from D. Not knocking the guy personally. We're talking only about gameplay, of course. So we got some stuff going on with the stream right now. Technically, we're going to figure out where we're at exactly in just a second. So I think they are letting us kind of figure this out because I don't see a flop yet. Okay, now here we go to a flop. And we got 9-3 Jack on the flop. Pair of 9s gets there. Matt checks it though, because he's got mid pair. Makdi is singing about it. It's $100 in the pot. And it looks like he just bets 25 with a pair of 3s. Flush draw out there with spades. Oh no, there's not. It's a club and a spade. So looks like we're gonna go to a turn. Matt versus Magdi. Battle of the not top pairs. Got an 8 on the turn. Matt's still gonna check it. Kind of a calling station, to be honest. And so the 1 card straight gets there with the 10, and it's Matt that has the best of it. And he bets 50, and Magdi's got a decision to make to see. It looks like he's gonna call with the 7 straight. And Matt's got it to the Jack. Takes it down. And he lets Magdi get there to get that $50 extra out of him. Chubb's not playing at the second he got up. So we'll have Rail first to act. No straddle in play. D not going to straddle. He's got a short stack there. After that hand with queens. It looks like Magdi's coming in for a little more money. Chubb's trying to get that straddle in late, possibly. It looks like, yep. He makes it in time. It looks like we got a re-straddle, I hope. From Rail, possibly not. Magdi with ace deuce. This is a guy that has been calling ace rag. You know, gap connected cards off suit rag from worst position. So let's see what he's gonna do here. And he just make the call with the ace deuce suited. So kind of hoping to get it cheap. It's pretty much, if you notice one thing on the stream, it's pretty much a guarantee when a guy calls from that position. He doesn't have like a high pocket pair, right? So you're kind of safe from that in later positions. It's on D here. He does make the call with pocket deuces. And we know one of his 2s are dead. Totally dead. So Chubbs and Rail are just going to call, and then Rail checks because he had the re-straddle. So we're 5 players to the flop, $60 in there. on a 6-3 queen board, and Bob picks up top 2 pair and checks to a normally action-packed, and the 2s get there on the turn. The case 2 in the deck. Now Bob decides to bet. Would have saved himself some money. Rail picks up a flush draw, and that's about it. Mahdi picking up a 2. Now, if you have a pair of 2s here, yes, there is a flush draw. Okay? 5-4 got there for a straight, and Bob could get there with a better full house if the board were to pair, right? You can't get you're not getting quads, because we know Mahdi has a deuce in his hands. So it's up to New York Bob, it looks like, for the min raise to 40, and he's going to blow it up. Rightfully so. Bob was first act. He's in the small blind position. Now, if you're a rail, do you want to try to get lucky on this flush draw that you picked up here on the turn? And he does not after calling the 20. And Mahdi is out also. And if you're D, this is it. This is your chance. And he has to do it on the button. Gonna be an insta call from Bob. And let's see what they want to do. It'd actually be not a good idea for you to run it twice, because you want the least amount of times for the board to bear, right? You're 91% favorite. Queen or 6 only.
43, 4, 5, 6.
I started with 10 though.
48.
I started with 10.
No, I was 40 twice.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Figuring out some pot sizing here, if you can hear that in the background. But so he made the right decision here by going all in, not letting him see a river for free. Definitely don't want to run it twice if you're pocket 2s in the situation at all, even without knowing what the other player has. You don't want the flush to get there. You don't want the better full house to get there, and it doesn't. So he locks in $609 pot. Gets a really clean double up on this hand. And Bob does the frustrated throw into the muck. He kind of threw it at the dealer. Someone has got to tell this guy D to tip the stream. Got to tip the stream. We are working hard back here to bring this to you live. You know, I'm always taking the overs and unders on hand. So if you want to come here and join us in the studio, we have a very spacious and beautiful streaming studio back here where you can come and watch. Believe me, there's plenty to drink. You know, Bud Light, Coors Light, of course, on tap. And, you know, being in the Valley, got to have several kegs of Ultra. Where would we be without Ultra and Modelo in the Rio Grande Valley? But got some Dos Equis back here. And you got your first one's always going to be on me. So come join us when you can. We got a straddle under the gun from Rail for $6. Matt not going the restraddle. And then we should see Mahdi and Rock do it after this. So first act is going to be on Matt. Looks like there's maybe $30 or so on the button. And Matt is coming in now with a King 5 suited folds. Mahdi 9-10 suited. So the +2 before, he just calls. Now he's just calling again. Ace-10 suited, Ace-10 off is going to fold. I think 7-6 we saw fly by with either D or Three-toe. That's going to fly off. They're not going to call the $6, which is interesting because they were limping a lot with $3. So $6 is too pricey. New York Bob picking up 7-5. He's going to make the call on the button. Chubbs with the 8-5 calls. And we're going to a flop. Looks like 6 players to a flop. And a pretty dynamic flop here. Some interesting redraws on the turn, plus the flush draw out there on 9 high. So pretty low board. You're going to see Mahdi. No one has the clubs. Matt did, but he folded pre-flop. Mahdi's betting 15. And looks like he's got 2 along for the ride. A pair of deuces and 2 overs with Ace-10. And in fact, the 10 does get there. That does give Mahdi 2 pair and Rock top pair. Jack deuce checks rail. Maybe searching for a deuce or a jack. Mahdi looks like he makes 40 bucks. Really, really tight plays from these guys, by the way. And so easy for top pair that picks it up to call. He's going to need an ace and an ace only on the river. And he doesn't get there. The straight possibly got there if he had an ace 5 or a 5-6 holding. The flush was there on the turn, and Mahdi's going to win this one. After rocks back, thinking maybe his pair of tens was good. Definitely didn't bet anywhere near enough to kind of draw in or elicit some kind of sense of a flush hitting on the turn. Definitely not on the river with the $50 bet. So easy call for Mahdi with 2 pair. Picks up the pot, and we're on to the next one. Let's see if he's going to punch a straddle out there. Here at Texas Card House, Edinburg, an awesome feature of this room, if you couldn't already tell, other than it being action-packed, is that you can straddle up to half your stack. So Mahdi right now could put in a couple $100 and have the option to check or bet and really know where people are at if they just called your half stack straddle. But he chooses. Let's see if he's going to do that next day. It's actually Matt that was under the gun. 6-2 off. Easy fold for him. On rock, he's just going to limp with the queen 3 suited, hoping to get there cheap. Again, if you're noticing patterns, you should be. Ace 10, again, looking to get there cheap. And the small blind Chubbs with 5-6 offsuit calls, and we're going to go to a flop 4 ways after Rail just checks his option with king deuce off. On a 10 jack 6, again 2 club board, the 10 of clubs and the jack of clubs. Some possible, a lot of open-ended straight draw options, especially when people are limping in pre-flop like that. And we got a $15 bet with mid-pair, and he's going to take a whopping $9 home, rewarding him for his risk with that mid-pair there. So just interesting. So the ace-10 late position limps in pre-flop and bets near pot size with mid-pair on the flop. Room for improvement? Possibly. And we're not even going to get into, you know, the fashion sense of some of these guys or other life choices some people are making at this table. Let's stick to just play. We love everybody here. They're great. Great for the stream. Great action. We're just talking about play. So Mahdi is going to come in with the $10 straddle, which is more than the 6 that we've seen for some players. But again, you can straddle up to half your stack. You can do a $50 straddle. You can do if you got sitting with $1,000 like some of these guys, you can do a $500 straddle. You know, you really want to get crazy. And so rock with the ace-6. Ace rag under the gun, under the straddle gun does lay it down. And the other ace-6 rag lays it down, so those are 2 aces and 2 6s out. And Bob's looking at queen 8 suited in the hijack. Calling the 10. And Wizard's got queen 4 off in the cutoff folds. Button with deuces is going to bump it up to 30 bucks, it looks like, right? So 20 or 35, 25 more. You got a call from king queen. Definitely going to get a call from Mahdi. If you're these guys calling, I kind of understand, but you really, where I stand, I want to know where people are at. And that depends on who you're playing against. You will probably get a call, I would venture to bet, up to $150 raise from Chubbs with pocket deuces on the button. And he drills a set on the flop, 5-9 deuce. I think someone had a 5 there. Nope. He's going to bet 40 bucks as the the C bet, and he's going to get a call with king queen. So 2 overs, fishing for an over here, and the queen 8's going to call. So he knows one of his queens is dead. We know one of his queens are dead. And he's probably going to check the turn no matter what. And so an 8 gets there, an 8 of hearts. So 6-7 gets there. If you're Chubbs, you almost want to recheck this. What are you going to bet to elicit a bet or a call from your bet? Yeah, it's way too big. Unless Royal does something crazy and just jams. Because a 6-7, very unlikely for a 6-7 to call that. Put that inside straight draw. And we will be right back.
Into 25,000 playing poker, Texas Card House is proud to present the $100,000 Guaranteed Valley Poker Open from July 25th to August 5th. $200 buy-in. Day 2 on August 5th with the final table streamed worldwide. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com.
Welcome back, folks, to the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley in Edinburg, Texas, live stream. Pretty flat ROIs from these guys. Some of them are up a little bit, but we don't see any like real like 6 Sigma move outliers, like guys that have, 5x their original buy-in plus. Go into a turn here on a relatively static board. There is a flush draw out there with clubs. Neither player has it. Matt picks up a pair of jacks, but Rock was sitting on those pair of kings, and Matt's gonna call with the jack. He gets a queen of clubs on the river. Could represent the flush. Instead he checks, goes check, check, and the kings, obviously they're gonna take it down. Mucking Matt's hand there, and a little $83 win for Rock with that king 8. So again, to my point of pre-flop aggression and flop aggression from a guy like Matt pre-flop, you got a king 8 crushed with your ace jack. Granted, you were in the small blind, but all the more incentive to try to push some hands around pre-flop, get those weak holdings like king 8 out, so you don't lose money when you hit your jack on the turn. So no straddle again. Torito not really known for straddling here. Might be saving up for another plaid shirt. Might be saving up for, I don't know if he's doing that mustache himself or he's got someone to help him out. That's probably coming at a big expense if he does. Bob, the Unabomber Bob, coming in 15 strong. Ace jack again. It's that standard $15 raise. You got Matt with 5 deuce on the button. He's saying I'll gamble. One of his 5s is dead. And now you're just going to see the calls coming in. So you got 4 ways to the flop, 60 and change in there. Ace jack being the best hand so far from the initial raiser. On a king 9-3 flop. So the top pair with kings gets there. It's going to check. And it goes checks around. Not sure that strategy. Board pairs. Really static board here. No draws. Going to flop, kings are good. And Matt actually bets with 5 high. And he's going to get 3 callers. And no chance of winning on his end unless he bluffs. And the ace is on the river. There, the flush draw that we picked up on the turn doesn't get there. There's no straight out there. There's 2 9s, and you notice that the ace is out. And Matt coming out betting, and he's going to lose this one with his 5 high. And they're congratulating him on trying. New York Bob looks like he's doing the standard boomer, chewing on his almonds or probably some kind of mixed nut blend in a Ziploc baggie that I can guarantee you he brought from home and probably put a lot of effort into thinking about bringing that snack and what he was going to put in it. Anybody kind of pushing 55 plus, and I'm not that far away from it, that's going to be top of mind here. So again, if you're just tuning in, this is Dave Hochman coming to you live and direct in Edinburg, Texas, at the Rio Grande Valley's version of a live stream for 1-3 No Limit Poker. You can see kind of the stack sizes. Top of the range going to be 1K plus. Bottom of the range going to be sub 300. And we're going here with a straddle that was just called. And Torito picks up pocket 8s, and it looks like he's going to bump it up to 55 with the pocket 8s. And you got New York Bob calling with 6-3 suited. When I say that we are known for our action down here, this is why. Let's see if Rock with the queen deuce, he's out. And so we get a 3-way to a flop. Looking like $100, almost $200 in there, and 8s don't get there, so he's gonna check to Matt in position with top pair, but he checks. That queen 9, the 6-3 picks up a open inside straight draw. It's a 4 and a 4 only. Matt's just going to bet 20. Torito's calling, trying to drill a set here on the river. I don't think anybody had an 8. He might get there. And he does. Drills a set there. 230 bucks, almost 229 in the pot. Queens are still top pair. Now there's a straight draw that kind of got out there on the river. Looks like he's got 397 in front of him, so he's going to bet 185. Matt's got top pair. A jack would have given him the straight, but now he's sitting there with top pair after checking in on the flop, incentivizing a lower pair to drill that set, which they do. And he calls. He's going to see the bad news, the set of 8s. And so Torito picking up a nice $339 pot, brings his stack up to $800 and change. Looking pretty good for Torito right now. And if you haven't seen it already, we have a $200 buy-in that I think is a phenomenal deal. It's a great deal. It's an excellent deal. It's a deal that you should travel from all parts of the country, maybe even international. Again, we are a football throwaway. I would say we are a Joe Namath style football throwaway from Mexico, specifically Reynosa, being our closest Mexican city. So if you have kind of had enough with enjoying the beautiful sights and sounds and images of Reynosa and you want a little bit of a change of pace, hey, drive 20 minutes north to Edinburg, Texas, and play some high variance, high volatility poker with some interesting characters down here, that's for sure. It'd be up here if you're coming from Reynosa. Bob limping in, the classic limp in under the gun that we've seen with with queen 9 suited, and Torito in the small blind picks up queens. Probably not going to get a call at that price with 2 people, and he gets a call. Queen 9, one of his queens is dead. Bob maybe is tilting a little bit. He is down. Goes check, check. Torito might want to see bet. Instead, it goes check, check here and a king. So now you got 2 overs in front of you. And you're checking it all the way down. Queens are good. Pick up the quick 60 and change from Bob, and we're off to the next hand.
50?
So I only copied $5 off and then delivery's got a tip them, so like you could have like wow, already. I'm saying delivery's kind of, you know, that's fancy, my friend.
One time I did want to go to the store, I paid $10 for like one chicken in the store with them.
Yeah, there's some good food options down there that they're referencing. Really good food options. Some of the best food, Mexican food I've ever had in my life. And I've spent a considerable amount of time in Mexico, all over Mexico. And you can get some really, really great Mexican food down here. We're kind of known for our taquerias. So delivery always being a good option. It looks like Mahdi picked up something there. And he picked up Queen 7 suited in the hijack. He's going to, looks like, bump it up to 20. Enjoying his, looks like maybe sushi or gyoza. Torito just calling 20 on the button with Ace King suited, and now Jacks are coming in with New York Bob. Looks like $100 is the bet. So 3 bet from Bob to 100. Mahdi almost certainly out. Yep, he's just gonna enjoy his food. Whoa, okay. Torito flips over Ace King, and Bob looks like he shows the queen, the jacks rather. Interesting fold from Torito. It might be my sense, and I have played with the guy several times. My sense is that he's playing the profit on his stack rather than playing the situation at this point. You're on the button, you flat 20 with Ace King off, and you didn't re-raise. Yes, Bob in that position might have re-raised, but still, are you gonna fold Ace King off suit? You're up against jacks. They're talking about that. Yeah, I gotta agree with Chubbs or whoever says you gotta see a flop for something like that, and he's trying to justify it to the moon his play there, but I gotta disagree. Looks like a $6 straddle from Chubbs, and we get raised to 26 from Matt with 4s. Again, interesting to see when the calls are, when the raises are, especially pre-flop. Mahdi, again, just flatting pocket 7s. New York Bob with 9 deuce suited in the small blind. Got the obesity jokes coming out. Got one of the highest obesity rates in the country down here. Something to think about for these guys that are stationary for 8 hours in a clip. Go to a flop, Jack 4-8. So Matt drills a set, he quickly checks it. If Mahdi c-bets it on a $26 call in the low jack, he is going to bet it 15 and just a call. So kind of a down bet from Mahdi, seeing where he's at. Now 6-7 got there as a straight, not much else. No flush draw. Now we got on the flop, no flush draw. Now we got a flush draw with clubs. Matt's going to check the set again. He's got bottom set. Bumping it up to 45. Roughly half pot. Matt might just flat it again, and it looks like he does. and it's an ace on the river. Matt might be thinking this is a good card. He's gonna check, and he's gonna show that he flopped the set. And Makdi's gonna lose this one, but he got it for cheap. The cheap loss, you could say, for Makdi with pocket sevens, and Matt not putting any pressure on him at all. Tough to kind of, if you're in Matt's position there, and you think you're good, especially on that $15 bet on the flop, how to kind of represent that you're pseudo bluffing and incentivize the re-raise from your opponent that has position on you, which obviously did not happen. The ace was kind of like the worst card for Makdi to see there on the river. And it looks like Bob is coming in with the button straddle to 10. He, is he thinking about an expedition to Everest, or going into a wind tunnel, or riding a motorcycle? All of the above he is prepared for. Makdi's got pocket sixes, kind of in between. He's got some noodle situation going on that looks like that's taking priority. So he's got 10, he calls it, and then he got ace queen off from Rock, and he made a comment just a second ago about the action. He's been very involved in moving other people's cards around because he has a good hand. So he raises it to 30. Easy call for 20 bucks to Makdi. Gonna try to drill a 6 here for confidence sake. Very low pocket pair, and he does. He flops the set. Rock does have 2 overs and an inside straight draw and runner under flush draw. Easy call for Makdi. Is he going to bump it up, though? That's the real question. Over under on Makdi bumping it up right now. I'm taking the under, and he does just make the call. And I'm doing this in real time with you, by the way. So a 7-8 got there for a straight. It goes check, check to the river is a jack. And the sixes are good. You got a decision to make. If you check again, it's going to probably go check. He bets it big after checking that turn. Ace queen now, insta fold. Might have been somewhat of an incentive to bluff, but we have not seen. What have we not seen on this stream? There's a couple things that we haven't seen. One of the biggest ones that comes to mind is going to be bluffs, right? We haven't really seen too many bluffs. I think we saw one against Matt. And that's about it. Not too many bluffs coming out, a lot of calls, and a lot of, notice how often do we get to the river in terms of a percentage of hands played. That's a really interesting stat if you want to kind of, understand what I'm thinking when I'm in a game, and I'll be on the next live stream, by the way. Playing. But what percentage of the hands are going to the river generally? And I would say, what's the average for 1-3 generally? I would say that we are a deviation or two up to the upside above that, meaning we are going to the river more often than not. Matt raising to 20 with nines. It looks like the $15 bet or a $15 standard bet. He is in, he's under the gun. And we got a raise from Bob with Queen King. And a lot of folds. Makdi calling 20 with 7 deuce suited. I don't think we're playing the 7 deuce game here. I could be wrong. Matt's just going to flat it out of position. And Makdi is just going to flat it out of position to Bob's re-raise. So got 150 plus going into the pot on the flop. And it is queen 4-6. Bob gets there with his queens. Well, that's why it's kind of, might want to put more pressure if you're the small blind with nines. I'm always going for that. And he's going to bet here another $75. Matt's thinking the queen and a queen only, right? 7 deuce, looking for a runner-runner situation. Runner-runner 3-5. Runner-runner clubs. Probably going to fold on Makti's side. Well, let's see what Matt does here. He's just going to flat again and look for a 9. And he is. Yeah. And so he's got 9% equity with his 9 into the turn. And it is a king of clubs, so Bob picks up 2 pair. Matt's checks. 379 in the middle. Matt can still win with a 9. Bob's going all in, and insta-fold from Matt, and he shows the 2 pair. Which, on that board, with the way the action played out, and again, Matt does play that. The way he just played 9s, if he had flopped the 9, he would have played it virtually the same way. And Matt might have got there with a king or queen on the river, but probability of him flopping a set, obviously he didn't think that. But Matt, the way he's been playing, because he did drill a set of 4s, and he did play almost the exact same way before. So being cognizant of that as a player, I think, is very, very important. But rare, if any, to see someone trying to make a move and overbet, trying to get someone off a mid-pair or even a 2-pair holding like what Bob had. Thinking like you're going to get a call is probably the right thought. Rock coming out with a $20 straddle. It's a re-straddle, it looks like. Yeah, that's great. Love to see that. Pump up the action here. Bob with the king 10. Talking about contemporary music that is terrible on one end of the table. And Wizard picks up queens. He's been quiet for a very long time, so he is going to re-raise this. He raises it to 60 from Bob's initial bet of 20. And Rail's got ace-king suited in the small blind. He's got a decision, because coming over the top is probably a good idea. That's exactly what he does here with ace-king coming in. Looks like 225, 251 is the bet. He's got 500 exactly behind. Bob's got a decision to make. The straddle and re-straddle guys are probably disappointed. Bob's out, and Queen's now with 341 behind, and he's going to shove all in. An insta call from the ace-king, which is the correct move in my opinion. It's a quote-unquote coin flip, as you can see, but Bob had one of the kings, so it's not. One of the kings is out of play from what Bob had with the king 10 that he folded. No one folded 10, but the king does come incredibly. Bob would have had 2 pair, queen, queen only, and it does not get there. Wizard is going to see the felt, and Rail picks up $855 in the middle, nets him around 450 for a nice hand for him, spiking that king, even though one was out of play from Bob. Incredibly, Bob would have won that hand with king 10, but king 10 offsuit, can you blame the guy? No, with that action, the way that played out. And so I don't know if Wizard is coming back or not. We're almost at the end of the stream here, folks. About 20 minutes or so left. So there is a seat open if you make it here on time, but I don't know if we have a player to fill it. If not, you're welcome to come check it out. Now Rock under the gun making it a $10 straddle. On that kind of hand, ace-king suited versus queens. Again, I think it's the correct move all day long, and you just saw why. So Torito over there kind of maybe taking note of that. When he was in a similar situation against New York Bob, when New York Bob had pocket jacks and he had ace-king offsuit. Not really going for the suits. You're going for the 2 higher cards than the queen that are in your hand. Torito is out, and D is just going to call the low jack with 8-6 suited. $10. I understand some of the logic, but flatting 8-6, now you got a $30 bet, or you're going to just call the 20. I really can't stand the play where it's like, well, I just want to see a flop. I got 8-6 suited, and, well, you know, one of the 8s is out of play. There's a lot of clubs out of play, and now you got Makti with pocket jacks, and he's going to bump it up to looks like 1 1/4. 115. Easy fold. Now Chubbs has got a decision. One of his jacks is out. Matt's probably going to go out. And he is in position against Makti, who 3-bets him to 115. He's going to lay the ace-jack down. Good lay down. It's up to Matt to call. He's got 1 over. Be a pretty aggressive call from Matt, and he does make the call. I kind of had a feeling he does. He likes these queen 7, queen 8, queen 9 suited hands. He's out of position. You know what I mean? Why not? Because if he flops the flush, I played with him many times. He's all action. Gotta love it. And the flop is an ace king 9. The ace jack would have been good. The jacks, you got 2 overs, you got hearts out there. You don't have a heart in your hand. He's betting it. And in a re-raise situation, if Matt wanted to kind of follow through on his aggression there, he might have been able to do that. And might have been able to get away with that. Might not, but he might have been able to get away with the re-raise all in and seeing Magny fold his jacks with the ace king out there. And
It starts next weekend. Yeah, like July 26th or something. 25th. It's the 25th to the 5th. 25th, there we go. 25th, August 5th. Next Monday. Next Monday.
they're talking about that tournament, guys, that we've been talking about all night here. July 25th to August 5th, 100K guarantee, $100.
Yeah, there's only some days that have like 6, 8.
$100. $200 buy-in, I'm sorry. 100K guarantee, $200 buy-in. Great tournament structure. Really high ROI if you win. Definitely a grind session, so be prepared, but 25K guaranteed to first. Gotta love that. So Makti's looking at, looks like queen 10 in the small blind here. Looks like just the blinds are in, if that.
Oh, God, we're ready for rock here. There's 15 bucks up there.
And so he raises it to 25 in the small blind, getting a quick call from Rock with 8-6 offsuit. So he flops top, and it's a check again. Checks, and another check. And he gets 2 pair on the river. And he shows it. Quick $25 win for Magdi and on to the next hand. We've kind of seen a lot of this play tonight where top pair checks every street out of position. That is definitely a pattern at this table that I think is unique to this kind of area, kind of game. Your heads up, you flop top pair. Are you waiting to elicit a bet? Or you know you're so good from your opponent, but obviously any 6 would have given it to Rock, any 8 up until the 10 would have given it to him. Do you want to give that guy some outs, or you're really banking on him just making a bet with bottom pair in that situation? And obviously that didn't happen. So just some thoughts on the play that we're seeing here evolve, because it's definitely, these patterns are kind of evolving here. Chubbs with the king 10 off. This is a guy who went in with all in with 10 high earlier. He's folding king 10. And the low jack, high jack coming in with ace 8, ace rag, ace 8 off. And he is going to make it 23. Matt calling queen 10 suited. Another ace rag actually lays it down in position. And Torito here has a decision. He's playing his stack, I think. Really needs the money, maybe. And so he's going to lay it down, pay 10. And we're off to a flop heads up. Matt looking for a 10 and a flush draw. Finds it. And Rail with that ace 8. And Matt loves that stealth check.
I gotta go with stars, bro. I don't know. I feel like stars still.
And you might want to bet ace high here, but nope. He's playing it conservative. Matt's going to bet. And a call 20. Looking for an ace, and an ace only that's not an ace of spades. And he definitely gets there. And it goes, I think, check to the river, even though he hits the ace on the river. Maybe he's hoping that Matt would bet that ace. So the ace rag gets rewarded, and Matt's play, see, doesn't always work out. He had a great hand on the flop. You got to be aware that maybe your opponent has higher than a 10 in his hand that could hit. In this case, he wouldn't have been worried about a queen because he probably doesn't think he has queens. So the jack, king, ace that could have been out there in his hand would have hit. And that puts him at like a 12.5% equity to hit something like that. Do you want to give someone that opportunity on the flop? And for a guy like Matt, it seems like the answer has been overwhelmingly yes. Even though, granted, he didn't hit a queen high flush draw, not the ace or king. So doesn't look like there's a straddle out here. Now rail with ace king off in the low jack. So he's got 3 or 4 guys in front of him. Putting it in for 27. Matt with ace rag, gonna call this time. And Makti's actually folding the queen 9, surprisingly. And it folds all the way back. So there were 4 guys in front of him, and 5 guys rather. And we're gonna see a 3-way flop. Looks like Makti did actually call. And it's 6, 7, 10. So ace king whiffs. Ace 6 whiffs, actually hits the pair, my apologies, and he checks it again. Now the 7, 10 are your higher cards, and the ace king's going to bet into Matt's pair, which is actually overwhelmingly good. Only an 8 would give Makti the straight. Matt's just gonna jam all in after losing a lot of his stack recently. And the ace king with 2 overs, 5% equity here because Matt's got an ace also, so one of them's dead. So he's really looking for a king and king only. That's where he's getting that from. And looks like he is folding. And he showed him the ace king. Mac picks up the pot after losing a lot of his stack. Some of these plays that he's been making here. $6 live out there. Chubb's coming through with the straddle here. So you can kind of see the players that are never straddling, making a lot of calls, not too much aggression. You know, patterns emerging, right? Think about for your play. And Rail's going to call with the 9-5 suited, Matt in. I imagine Makti is out, but the 6-7 on the button here, and then the small blind just calling with king queen. Bob just calling with ace 10, and straddle with jack queen. Could be an interesting flop, could be some interesting action if we see something dynamic, and we absolutely do. A3 jack on the flop. Matt and Chubbs hit top pair. Matt's actually now he's betting. Now he's coming out with 60. Gonna see a fold. No flush draw. A3 jack rainbow. And Chubbs with top pair and a decent kicker with a bunch of limpers pre-flop. He may want to raise. And he actually folds. Folds jack queen versus jack 10. Interesting fold from Chubbs, the same guy who went all in with 10 high. Very strange, very odd play by Chubbs on that jack queen hand, unless the card reader didn't get it right. But when I'm saying high variance, high volatility, I'm not kidding. It's kind of like, how do you adjust your play? I think you gotta be aggressive and push. Just keep putting his max pressure on every person in every hand possible. That obviously requires a bankroll to do that. But you don't want to find yourself in situations where you're getting called all in or put all in. And in a lot of these, you would see that would not be the case. We have not seen any kind of what I would call like standard GTO or standard even like pro-esque aggression from these guys just yet. Makti makes it 20 to go with queen 9, and Thrito with the 9-10 suited actually does make the call. I like that call. And it looks like we got Matt here with another 10 jack holding. Looks like we're 5 to the flop. And it looks like first act already checked. Pocket deuce is not going so well, but if you are Torito, you might have wanted to try to take that one down. Pair of threes for Bob. And drilling a set on the river when there's a 1-card straight out there. And he's still gonna get it. I don't think Bob's gonna call here with 3, and it looks like he is. It's only $3, but
Dude, there's
Bob had the straight.
the closer.
We're headed into the final minutes of the live stream here. Final 20 minutes, folks. Remember, Texas Card House, Edinburg, Rio Grande Valley, and we'll see who the winners are in just a little bit.
The closer, you take the third to the second to the last round.
Matt under the gun. Just watch Bob take it down with the straight.
Check on the website. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And actually raising it here with ace rag under the gun to 17. So D's got 8-6 suited. Late position.
Yeah, 10 minutes ago.
You're calling for a very, very low probability outcome. And that is that your 8-6 number 1 is going to be better than whatever the initial under the gun raiser has. And then number 2, that you actually connect. And neither of those things have a high probability attached to them. So we're going to go to a flop. D needs rails cards. Rails need D cards come out. So let's see what happens here. And Matt's got top pair. So he comes out swinging this time. A little different from Matt. Kind of picked up some chips. And the 8-6 folds. Incredibly. So Matt's going to take that down. Granted, the 8-6 was dominated, but had some interesting possibilities there going into the turn and into the river, but $55 was a little much to see that. Again, you got another thing maybe Matt has picked up on is that into the end of these streams, a lot of times guys start playing their stacks at these kind of stakes. If they're locked in for a win, they kind of want to just keep the win unless they get an absolute monster, and you can apply some pressure there successfully to the guys that, you know, kind of acting like that to your benefit. So it looks like Makti's coming out with the $10 straddle. Rock has been quiet. Mahdi read it relatively quiet. But you can kind of always count on Matt, Chubbs, Bob to be putting some chips out there pre-flop. So 3-2 picks up King 3 suited. He's in the low jack and he's going to make it 15. He hasn't really seen much in the way of hands, so I guess he thinks the King High with the suited is good. It's a knot. Ace 10 from Chubbs on the button in position, and Matt out, and Matt is actually with queens going all in 478. Let's see if Chubbs is going to take this one down. That'd be possibly would be accurate. That Matt just wants to go home. We're at the end of the stream. He's got queens versus ace-10 suited, and he is going to lay it down, and Matt shows the queen. So correct move by Chubbs. And he does tell Matt the truth, and he would have hit top pair with a flush draw on the flop. So some interesting possibilities for Chubbs if he had called. And we're going live to 8 players now. Have not filled seat 6 just yet. Heading into the final moments of the stream. And we are going to be looking at Rock under the gun, this time not with the straddle. And maybe some exhaustion setting in to hour 4 for some of these guys. So we're going here with Rock under the gun, making sure that he's got the RFID card reader there, which is those bullseye that you see in front of him. Picks up King Jack offsuit. It's going to make it 15 to go. Standard actions from seat 4 and 5. So from seats 3 and 4 rather. Bob's got ace 4, ace rag, so obligatory calling the 15. Matt's calling anything at this point in the small blind or any position. And Mokhti's also out. So we're going to 3 ways in a flop, 48 bucks in there in the middle. Who's going to win this one? So 9-10, queen. Rock picks up the straight, and Matt picks up the open-ended straight draw with the flush draw. And we're going to definitely see a turn here. Matt calling the 25. Rock threw out 25 there, thinking that he flopped the straight. He actually gets Matt to bite. Might be a cause for pause for Rock. Matt insta-checks, which is kind of his standard way. I think Matt's going to call in a heartbeat. He's got 489 behind. He might even raise. Raising would put a lot of pressure on the straight here, given the 9 coming out. He would probably still call anyway, knowing these guys, but that's okay. And he gets the king. So they're going to chop. And he's going to bet. And Matt does everybody a favor to get to the next hand as fast as possible and doesn't waste any time re-raising to all in, knowing that they probably just have a chop pot, and it's unlikely that he had an ace-jack holding, given the way the action played out there. So we're zoning in. We're going to update you guys hopefully shortly with chip stacks and who's up, who's down, and some other cool and fun metrics that we usually have up on the screen. Hopefully we can get those out. And we'll be heading into the final probably 10 or so hands, given the way the action has been as of late. And in case you forgot, you need to come to this tournament and buy in for 200 bucks for your shot at winning minimum 25K in a 100K guarantee. That's July 25th to August 5th. It seems long, but it goes by fast, especially as you're stacking people. So do not miss out on this opportunity to be a part of a great tournament. And I can tell you that the tourneys play like the cash games down here, that's for sure. So we're going to the next hand. Torito coming in under the gun, has not straddled at all. I don't think I've ever seen the guy straddle, ever, maybe once or twice. He's going to be under the gun. Let's see what he has. Him and D has kind of probably been the lowest VPIP people, I would venture to guess. They're not playing a lot of hands, and when they do, it's kind of like very random, not hands you would want to play type of holdings. And when they do come in, even when they're in position, the opportunities for them to raise and put pressure on weak, like ace-rag type of holdings have not been taken advantage of. So we got Chubbs with ace-4 off. He's in the hijack, making it 15. Matt's coming along with 7-4 suited, and it looks like we are going to the flop. Heads up, $34 in the middle. Matt looking for hearts. Chubbs picks up on his ace rag, gets top pair. Matt needs runner help for a straight, and that's it. And we go quickly to the next hand. So, you know, in that kind of a board texture, even with an ace-4, where you have a king out there and your other card is lower than the highest card on the board, in a multi-way pot, you probably want to play that a little differently, where you're on the button and you either want to really see where people are at and make it much bigger than 20, especially in a multi-way pot. The solver likes to bet 2/3 pot there, so that any, you know, maybe weaker than ace-10 holdings, maybe you push them out. Start to put pressure on the flush draw if there's one out there, and see where you can go on the turn in the river with that. So rock calling 10 with Jack-4 suited, and New York Bob has been quiet for a little while. Calls the 10 with Jack-Queen, and it's an easy call with $10 for everybody just to check on the button for Mahdi with ace-7. So we got some ace rag holdings out there like always, and they hit. Mahdi flops trips. Everybody calls to him because no one has a 9. And so his strategy is going to be to bet, but he's probably going to see folds all around, given that no one has anything and there's no flush draw. New York Bob, and it's a quick takedown for Mahdi. Might have been worthwhile to check on a static board. With that many people involved, the probability of someone hitting a turn is higher, right? Because you got 5 or 6 people in the hand, and there's no flush draw, and there's really no straight draw to speak of, right? It would have to go runner. So not a terrible idea to let someone pick something up, either a draw. You know, maybe you're worried about someone hitting a set. The way the action played pre-flop kind of happened. Yeah. And we're going into hand 84 right now. And another ace rag combo. This time, Rail, who has been kind of quiet laying that down in the low jack. When we've seen a lot of players bet, sometimes even raise to 15. You know, under the gun +1 or 2. I hope I didn't just see jacks fold. I know that would be impossible. There's no way that could have happened. It must have been a card read error, which happens when the players move the cards too quickly over the scanner, which is that bullseye. So we're going to a flop. Almost 100 in there, 94. Checks all around. High percentage in this game of, again, boards going to the river. And Matt picks up his king and a flush draw. Bob with the 5s now. Matt checking it. And obviously the king jack is going to be good. Picks up a $94 pot. And brings him back up close to 600. I don't know exactly what he bought in for, but I think it was less than what he has in front of him right now. So he's up a tad. Wizard was out. He got felted, didn't come back. I think he was only in for 300, though. Then we have seen some rebuys. Big rebuy from Bob. Looks like he's sitting with over 1,000 still in rock. Possibly at or above, or at least near 1,000 as well. So honing in on the last 3 or 4 hands as we make some change. And going to a flop with Chubbs under the gun. And again, some of these guys very quiet the whole game. Not much to comment play-wise. Haven't seen anybody try to angle or make any plays on people too much. Probably not going to see that change here the last couple of minutes of the stream, but we're hoping we can. And if anybody wants to go big, remember, we allow here at Texas Card House, you can straddle half of your stack, which I won't say who, but some players here have been known to do. Matt picks up ace-king suited and gets a quick call from Rock, who has jack-queen off, and Torito would have had 9-8 suited, which in his position I would have liked as a call, because I think he's the button. And we're going to go to a flop heads up. So, again, great staff here at Texas Card House. Everybody is highly professional. And we're going to a flop that's Jack Deuce 5 on the flop here. So Rock does get his pair of jacks. Matt's got a runner straight and a runner flush draw and 2 overs into $40. He is going to call. Correct move in this position not to re-raise. And now he's looking at a 3 to make a straight, or an ace or a king, and that's about it. Diamonds are not in play for him anymore. Can't get any more a runner 10 queen. And so we got a $56 bet or a $65 bet and a 1-card straight on the board. But jacks are going to take it down, and it goes check. Rock gives up on the rivers. Happy, I guess, with the 135 call. He's looking at a $1,200 plus stack, and Matt loses 130 and change dollars on that one with his better hand. To his credit, though, he did bump it up a bit. Maybe not enough, obviously, to get Jack Queen off suit out of there. So we got a straddle and a $12 re-straddle out there, which is also allowed at Texas Card House. Kind of unique. Gotta love that. And the re-straddle minimum is double the last straddle. So we got Rail and Matt finally coming into their own here, making it a 1-3-6-12 game. Who doesn't love that? 22 in the pot. And Torito with King 7 on the cutoff. Decides to come in off suit. New York Bob not going anywhere with 8-9 suited in the small blind. He's actually going to bump it up. Looks like he bumps it up to 25 from 12. Chubbs out with the Jack 4. Rail is going to call with the Ace 10. And Matt, waking up to pocket 10s, raises it up to looks like 100 even. Easy fold for Torito, and now Bob with the 8-9. One of Matt's 10s is dead, but he's still got good equity against these guys. Rail needs that ace, and is he thinking ace 10, which is a pseudo rag, and he's out of there. So we're going to heads up. And remember, one of those 10s is dead. Rail had ace 10. And Matt's 10s are very, very good here into a $240 pot. And he goes jams all in. Bob may want to gamble, but I would take the under on him gambling in this hand. I'll give anybody 3-1 that he calls. 8-9 on a 4-3-4 board with a big re-raise pre-flop to 100. Probably looking at a pocket pair higher than what's on the board. So 8-9, even if you get the 8 or the 9, is not good, and he does make the laydown. Sorry for the folks that took the over on that. And 10s take it down. And we're approaching our last 2 hands. We're going to 88 hands tonight, so we've been here for roughly 4 hours, and you can see that we're looking at 22 hands an hour, which actually isn't bad at all for a live stream RFID enabled game, to be quite frank. Looking at maybe 25 to 30 hands in the absolute max in a normal live game, so we're coming just under that 25. Let's see if Matt straddles here. Usually does, especially at the end of the games. He makes it 7 live straddle, no re-straddle for Magdi. Man, Magdi's been really, really quiet. Uncharacteristically quiet. And doing a lot of ace rag, you know, quasi-high card rag calls. And a lot of these guys have not seen any cards. And it shows by their activity. Again, this is the kind of thing, he's making it min-raised to 12 in the cutoff with 6 high. Chubbs also has 6 high, a better 6 high. And he's making it 50. If you wanted to play, hey, this is a guy to play. You got position, and this could be your chance to angle. And it looks like instead he is going to fold, and he's going to muck it without showing him the 6 high. And so, questionable raise from D with 6-4. Flatting it, we're going bigger than the min raise when there's a $6 straddle out there. Because again, you're trying to think minimum $30 an hour, right? Minimum $30 an hour. So when there's a straddle out there, you gotta factor in maybe a bet to 30 plus is more appropriate. Because Chubbs on the small blind then becomes really disincentivized to call that, or try to angle on you and re-raise that. Especially how quiet you've been playing. So something to consider maybe for D going forward with how he's playing and what hands he's playing. So we are on the last hand of the night. Hand 88. It has been a pretty uneventful night. Not much in the terms of what I would call like the Rembrandt like masterpiece play. With a lot of interesting setups, a lot of 5-6 people to last hand here.
I don't know.
Pair of 5s looking good for now for Matt. Let's see if he can pick up this last hand.
Or like 2 weeks. Oh, it's still
Magdi calling. Maybe trying to draw out something for later, but he does fold. Bob calling with a pair of 5s. Queen on the turn.
On Poker Grande, his name is.
It's the battle of the 5s.
No, when
That ace-5 is going to take it, and he's winning 50, and that is the last hand of the night, folks. Hope you had a fantastic night watching this. We'll be back next time. This is Dave Hockman signing off. Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, Edinburg, Texas. Take care.